So, good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us today to this LCU Championship game between Cork County and Cork Harlequins. First over has just gone by with Francois Moser 1 over 1 run off it. Two batsmen out for Cork Harlequins are Ruan Jones at the striker's end and Adam Hickey at the non-striker's end. Cork County won the toss and elected to field. It's a pretty overcast day down in the Mardyke, but lovely settings here. Jones cuts that away and is fielded by Nabil at point for 1 run. So the tables are from the championship, both looking to get points today. Leinster are on top with 204 points, having played 11 games. Railway Union are second on 199. North Kildare have 179.5. North County 153. Cork County have won 4, lost 6, 114.5. Terranure have 4 wins as well, and they're 108. Rush have 4 and wins and are 102. And propping up the table are Cork Harlequins, the single win that they got 2 weeks ago, or last week, versus Terranure, and they're on 40 points. So very critical for these two teams to gather as many points as they go into the last 3 games of the season. So the umpires today are on umpiring at the striker's end is Vinay Kumar. And you also have at the square leg is Matt Anson. So Harbinger will be the first wide of the morning. Obviously, we'll be looking at a few other games during the day. We have the Irish National Cup final, one Munster player being involved. So there's a bit of interest from a Munster perspective with Terranure, with Zubair Khan, and also on we'll be looking through the scores on any game that's on in Munster today. So my name is Joseph O'Mahony, and settle back. Should be an interesting day. Cork County have loaded their bowlers with spin, as they normally do against Cork Harlequins. From what I see, there are 2 or 3 seamers out there, and you have a plethora of spin bowlers. So 5th ball coming up in Harbinger's opening over, and Hickey pierces the outfield there through cover just for a single. Different angle we have on the camera today, not right over the bowler's arm, just at a different angle to give you, the viewers, a different view of the Mardyke. You can see the scoreboard there on the left hand side of your screen, top left, and the tennis club behind it. Sunday's Well Tennis Club. Bit of an inside edge there by Ruan Jones, but scrambles away for a single. And that ends the second over. Cork Harlequins are 6 for none of 2 overs. These two teams have been great rivals over the years. And this year, Cork Harlequins won, I think, 1 or 2 T20s and won 2 Munster Senior League, Premier League games. But Cork County have them on the 50 over games in Leinster, having won 1. This is their second game. Of course, Cork Harlequins all play away from home at the moment. No home matches for them in Leinster. It happened to Cork County too when they first entered the Leinster leagues for a few years. The shorter ball there, well defended by Ruan Jones. Just go through the starting lineup there for both teams. Cork County have Ross Durity, Joubert Pinar, Sunil Gautam, Siddiqui, Ishan O'Sullivan, Nabil Anjum, Diarmid Carey, Abdul Gaffer, Francois Moser bowling at the moment, keeper Cormac Hassett, and Harbinger Singh. For Cork Harlequins, you have Captain Matt Brewster, Jack Buss, Max Egan, Ryan Joyce, Brandon Kruger, keeper Shivam Kisley, Senan Jones, older brother Ruan Jones, Kieran O'Reilly, Adam Hickey as Matullah Ibrahimi. Jones drives that through cover, but it's Sunil who fields. Mid off. And another dot. In the previous game, Francois, or Frankie as he's known down here, took Cork Harlequins apart, bowling extremely well on the day. I think grabbing 4 or 5 wickets. Jones tried to flick that off his hips. There wasn't enough bat on it. Another dot. So 4 balls gone in the Frankie's over. 2 remaining. Beats the bat. Jones went for a little walk out there, just leaving that bat out in front of him. Not sure that's a good strategy for him. He replays the shot, knows that he needs to just get that front foot out to defend it. Good probing ball by Francois. And another extremely good ball. This time Jones leaves it outside off. That ends the over. Maiden over for Francois. He'll be happy with that. Remains at 6 for 3. 6 runs off 3 overs. So Harbinger Singh continues from the River Lee end. Second over. Hickey drives that ball just down to gully where Nabil is fielding. For dot ball. There's 2 slips in place now for Cork County. Hickey leaves that one outside off. Good line and length there by Harbinger. And again, Hickey leaves that one outside off. Patience today from Hickey. This time, Harbinger Tries to get Hickey to drive that one. Probably wasn't the right ball to drive. Shortish of a length. On the up. Could easily have been edged. Good bowling here by Harbinger. And again, he's got his line and length right this time round. Hickey doesn't normally open for Cork Harlequins. One or two players are away today, so they've reshuffled the batting order. Good experience for the young batsman and spinner. This time he plays a lovely shot. They will push for 2, and they'll get 2. Nice looking shot off the legs there by Hickey. It's the end of the over. 8 for none off 4. So Francois continues from the Mardyke walk end. Clear Currency and Irish National Cup will be starting there in about 45 minutes at about 1 o'clock, where North County take on Terranure. Both championship teams. There's an edge, and it's caught in the slip. Siddiqui right in front of him, bent down low. Nice catch there by Siddiqui in slip, and the first wicket is down. Ruan Jones has to go. Good breakthrough there for Cork County. A feather of an edge there. That's the first wicket now for Cork Harlequins down. And Ryan Joyce will come to the crease. Just 4 overs gone. Not what Cork Harlequins wanted. The start they wanted. Again, it's that man, Francois, who breaks the deadlock. Just a partnership of 1 only. Oh, sorry, of 8. Fuller ball there by Frankie. Greets Joyce to the crease. Joyce blocks that one with ease. Nice line and length by Frankie. And Joyce defends that one this time. Cork Harlequins haven't really batted 50 overs in Leinster this year, but desperately need to today if they're to overcome Cork County. Just a fantastic wicket maiden over there by Frankie. Leaves Cork Harlequins 8 for 1 off 5 overs. It's the first boundary of the afternoon, scored by Adam Hickey. He cut that away, leant back a little bit and just cut that away. Beat point. Hickey follows up with a quick single. Flicks that to square. Harbinger sprays that around and follows up that single with a wide. His previous over seemed to be much better. Great line and length, probing. Needs to get back onto that line. Joyce cuts that away. Beautiful shot for another boundary. That's his first boundary of the day. Moves to 4. Cork Harlequins move to 18 for 1 off 5.3. Harbinger comes back with a beauty. Gives Joyce a stare. It's a good contest out there now. Harbinger not happy that he's been hit for 10 so far. That's the line and length that he needs to be bowling at today. Joyce tries to replicate that late cut, but only finds a slip this time. Ended the over. Cork Harlequins moved to 18 for 1 off 6. Good over there for Harlequins. Just 10 off it. Armiger just losing his line and length there. I think the first boundary off Hickey kind of put him off, and he tried to overcompensate, but he came back well in the second half of that over. Francois, I think, is continuing from the Mardyke walk end. Bowling really well. Just one run off his 3 overs so far with 2 maidens, and one of those a wicket maiden. Getting the key batsman of Ruan Jones edge to slip, where Siddiqui grabbed that just right in front of him. Good take there. Wide ball there, tempted bouncer by Francois. Hickey leaves that one. Again, Francois back on the money. Bowling that beautiful line and length. Using that seam really well. Super bowling here from Frankie. Hickey's forcing shot off the back foot. We'll look for 3, and we'll get 3. Good running there by this pair. Ends the over, 22 for 1 off 7. So, change of bowler here. Harminger Singh is taken off and is replaced by spinner Nabil Anjum. He defends the first ball from Nabil. Flicks that one. Just for a single. Fielded by Frankie out near the clubhouse. Straight into the gloves of Cormac Hassett. That ends the first over from Nabil. Not a bad one too, only 2 off it. So 24 for 1 off 8 overs. 2 more overs left remaining in this power play. 50 over game today. And Francois continues from the Mardyke walk end. Just 5 runs off his 4 overs so far, with 2 maidens, and of them one was a wicket maiden. Francois getting the swing going. He just happy just to let these balls go by. This time he misses that one completely. Oohs and ahs from the slip cordon. Ball must be so close to that edge. That's bold. That's well bowled by Francois. Gets the wicket of Hickey. As I've spilt my coffee in excitement at that ball. He was probing away all day, Francois, and deserved that ball, that wicket of Hickey. Hickey departs for 12. 24 for 2 now. Cork Harlequins in a little bit of trouble. As I said before, he caused havoc last time when these teams met each other. And he seems to be doing the thing. And now, sprinting out comes Brandon Kruger. Tails are up here now for Cork County. A little bit of chirping going on. Entitled to at this stage. Kruger comes down the track, defends that. Spoke to Brandon there during the week with the game against the MCC. He spoke that sometimes when he's out of a bit of form, his first ball, he tries to make his feet move, so he'll walk down the track. Let's see if this tactic helps him today. Cuts that to backward point. There was a sniff of a chance there by Nabil. It just fell short of him, but they'll pick a single up. That's the end of the over. Another successful over by Francois. 5 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 6. Slower ball there by Francois, the first slow ball of the afternoon for him. And that ends the over. And it remains on 25 for 2 off 9 overs, just 1 left in the power play. Nabil finds that outside edge. But unfortunately for Cork County, it just trickled along the ground. No run. Beautiful flighted delivery there by Nabil. Well defended by Kruger. Just takes one step out, defends. And this time, Kruger finds the gap. It may not go all the way. There's a good chase out there by Ishan O'Sullivan. But yeah, eventually it crosses the boundary rope. That's 4 runs for Brandon Kruger and his first boundary of the afternoon. It's a bit shorter this time by Nabil. There's a big gap there between point and cover. This time Kruger leaves that one alone. Just want to say thank you to Abdul, who's just given me a cup of tea. Welcomed the cup of tea. Lots of air this time. And Kruger flicks that off the pad. Past the square leg umpire, where Sunil Gautam slides. Recovers the ball, throws it back into the keeper. They'll pick up a single. Brings Ryan Joyce on strike. Slow start here from Ryan. Just 4 off 13 balls. Normally he's a bit quicker, but it is a different game today. So he watches that ball underneath his bat. Might have towed that ball there as he checks his own bat. Is there a crack there? No. Sure, both players have plenty of bats to choose from. And that's the end of the over and the power play. So just 30 for 2 off 10 overs. A good power play there for Cork County. Francois will continue. Coming into his 6th over now. Good tactic this by Cork County. He's the in-form bowler. Kruger defends this one. Three slips now for Cork County. Kruger defends that one. Bowling a bit straighter. Maybe needs to push his length out just a tad to bring those slips into play. It's two fielders outside of the ring. Third man and deep fine leg. Words of encouragement there from the Cork Harlequins team as Brandon Kruger defends the 5th ball. Brandon Kruger inspecting his own bat this time. 1 ball to go in Mozart's over, 6th over. Will this be another maiden? They look to hit it single. Sunil Gautam with a run-out chance. So just 1 off that one. 31 for 2 off 11. So we can give you a few scores there in Munster. In Division 2, which is the 3rd tier in Munster cricket, UC Clonmel won the toss and elected the bat and are 46 for 2 of 8.5 versus Cork Harlequins 3rds. With Mohammed Shoaib Khan on 24. And 2 wickets from Sharad. And that is in Clonmel. And in Croker's Oval in Limerick, Limerick Blasters seconds are 44 for 1 off 9.1, and they're playing Middleton thirds. Another game going on today is the Premier Division game between Cork or County Kerry and Limerick. So 2 dot balls so far in this Nabil over. Giving nice flight. Half of a peel of an LBW, but certainly that was going down leg as it caught the outside pad of Kruger. Nice bit of flight here. This time it's short. And that's penetrated the outfield, the infield, and that will certainly go for a boundary. Welcome boundary for Cork Harlequins. Kruger does pick up those short balls quite well, and he will punish the bowler. There was a half a chance there for Sunil. A couple of feet to the left of him, so he moves into that spot. Kruger this time just glances that one towards the square leg umpire for a single. Cork County have a 45 there, Diarmuid Carey. Nowhere near that square leg umpire. And Joyce just flicks that over the 45 region for a boundary. Lovely looking shot that. It was just floated up on the legs, just flicked it over that 45 over Carey's head for a boundary. It's the end of the over. 40 for 2 off 12. A good over there for Cork Harlequins, who certainly needed those runs on a day when they should be looking for about 220, 230, 240. So if you're joining us from the Leinster region, a few updates here. North Kildare in the championship again. North Kildare are 22 for 1 versus Leinster 1. Looks like the Premier. It's strange having Premier games on a Sunday, but there you go. Marion are 77 for 1 versus the Hills. Top of the table, Balbriggan are playing Pembroke. Pembroke are 1 for 1 off about 0.4 overs. It's a late start there. Clontarf are 37 for 1 against Phoenix. And Malahide are 23 for 1 against YMCA. Kruger cuts that one where it's fielded by Nabil at point for a single. And oh, it's a change of bowler. Missed that one. I was calling out results or updates. So it's the veteran spinner Siddiqui comes into the attack. Kruger moves to 13. Joyce just leaves that ball come off his bat, uses the spin down the leg side, takes a quick single. Nice probing ball there by Siddiqui. Slips are gone now, or one slip remains for Siddiqui. He bowls that short, and that's well struck there by Kruger. Just slaps one down the ground. Passed long on for a boundary. Almost a tennis shot there by Kruger. The ball just sat up nicely for him. He smashed that down the ground. Kruger follows up that with a single. Just a bit of a glance on the leg side. So County are bringing back Harbinger Singh. He went for a few runs in his first spell. 17 off it. So Cork County are mixing up their bowlers today. And there goes the first maximum of the afternoon. A big 6 by Brandon Kruger. The field is mainly inside the ring, with just a third man and a deep third man and a deep fine leg. This time he drives the ball to mid on, just for a single. Harbinger didn't like that 6 there, having a few verbals with Kruger just to put him off his batting. This time Joyce will hit that to square leg. There's a big chase on by Sunil. They'll look to go for 3. Oh, unfortunately, it's just gone over his hand and it's just gone for a boundary. Unlucky from the young man. Joyce picks up his 3rd boundary of the afternoon. He seems to be very good at playing off the legs. Anything that's straying down leg, he'll pick up.
No, it's not, lad.
That's the end of the over. Cork Harlequins move to 60 for 2 off 14. They'll be happy with that run rate now, which has gone up to 4.29. Full toss this time by Siddiqui. And Ryan Joyce will cash in on that. And that'll go for a boundary. Nice looking cover drive there by Joyce. Partnership worth though 40. Better bowling here by Siddiqui, keeping the Harlequins batsmen on their toes. Give me a bit more flight this time, a bit quicker. And that'll end the over, just 4 off that one. 64 for 2 off 15. So Harbinger will continue from the Riverlea end. Needs to get his line and length right. Hassett has come up to the stumps this time. I feel that this pair is key to the Harlequins' innings today. Two very good players. This time, that's well fielded down in the gully region by Nabil. Kruger pick up a single and moves to 26 off 28. Joyce walks around, does a bit of gardening. Takes his time, settles. This time he just glances that. Nice looking shot. Uses the pace of the ball. Gets off strike for the single. This time Kruger tries square cuts that. For a single, these two rotating the strike quite nicely now. They've eased themselves into the game. Oh, beautiful looking shot there. One of Joyce's strengths, playing off his pads. And that's the end of the 16th over. 68 for 2. Cork Harlequins are at the moment. Siddiqui seems to be one of the bowlers that can threaten for Cork County. His experience alone, he knows how to play these two players. Peel for an LBW. Possibly was going down leg. An off huge scream there by Cormac Hassett. He prolonged that scream. Umpire Anson wasn't having anything of it. First real major appeal by Cork County today. Batsman just pulls out a little bit. Full toss on offer there by Siddiqui. Wasn't cashed in this time by Joyce. Siddiqui trying to get that flight right. It's a much better ball this time. Ryan always looking to score off every ball. That one is swept past the 45. They look for 3. It's great running between this pair, and they'll get their the second three of the afternoon, run by this pair. Brings Kruger on strike. Kruger will have to race quickly in. He was strolling to the non-striker end, but he saw Nabil had the ball. He's attacking the stumps. He had to make up the ground. Three wides there. And, oh. Apologies, it is leg boys. The umpire did signal wides at the start. Two leg buys there. So let me correct the score. It's the end of the over. And good afternoon to everybody who's joining us around the world. I believe Cian is watching us in Australia. How are you doing, Cian? Hope you're keeping well. You should be in bed. It's about what, 1 a.m.? Kruger smokes that through the covers for a 4. Moves to 32 of 32 balls with 4 4s and 1 6. And Kruger follows that up with another boundary. Consecutive boundary there for Brandon Kruger. Good response there by Harbinger. Gets his line and length right this time. Nearly fell off the chair. This time an exaggerated leave by Kruger. A fuller length this time, but it's dispatched through the covers for 4 runs by Brandon Kruger. It's the end of the over. Cork Harlequins moved to 86 for 2 off 18 runs, with Ryan Joyce on 23 and Brandon Kruger on 40. Siddiqui will continue from the Mardyke walk end now. Ryan pushes that down to mid-off for a single. And Siddiqui pushes back Dermot Carey to a deep mid-on position out to the boundary. Gives lots of flight this time, trying to set Kruger up. A very cute bowler. This time this just comes off the edge of the bat. There won't be any run this time. As I said, this will be the man now, Siddiqui, to break this partnership. Lots of flight and air, trying to tempt Kruger into hitting a fall shot straight up into the air. This time it's cut, but there won't be any run. Good fielding there by Joubert at point. Just one off this over so far. A really good over from Siddiqui. And Kruger defends that one. Happy to defend that one. That brings up the end of the 19th over. 87 for 2 off 19. Ryan Joyce on 24 and Brandon Kruger on 40. Partnership now of 63. Harbinger Singh is going to be taken out of the attack, and it's the other spinner, Ishan O'Sullivan, who comes in. So Cork County have about 4 spinners today. Dermot Carey, Siddiqui, Ishan O'Sullivan, and Nabil Anjum. Top heavy with spinners. I think only 2 seamers available. They have a few injuries today. Byron McDonough is out through injury. The umpire signals to myself. Joyce walks off looking for a new bat. I think the bat, he towed that bat earlier on. And it looks to be broken. So Adam Hickey comes out and hands him another bat. The handle seems to be broken. I might do well for a bit of firewood later. Good start for Ishan. Oh, there's a hesitant. There could be a run out here. Looking for Kruger. He just set off pretty quickly, but he kind of hesitated halfway down the track, but eventually made it in. And I'm delighted that one of the Cork Harlequins players, Ruan Jones, has joined me. Good afternoon, Ru. How are you?
Good afternoon, Joe. I'm very good.
Hold on a second now. We'll have to turn on your mic. How about that there?
There we go.
There
I
we
think
go.
I'm on now, am I?
You are indeed.
Well, it's a lovely afternoon. Thank you for having me on, Joe.
I haven't seen you in a long time.
I know. It's funny coming down to Cork to play an away match.
Yeah. Ru's living in Dublin these days.
It's a great life, really. You don't train. You just turn up on the weekends to play a match.
Oh my
They're usually about half an hour walk from home.
Fantastic. Come here, in most clubs you wouldn't get a game if you didn't train.
I know.
This pair now on 66. They've been batting well together, haven't they, Ru?
They have. They seem to have found a bit of their mojo together. They're both busy cricketers.
Yeah.
But I think they're contrasting as well. Ryan hits very crispy, very straight. Brandon's very wristy. But they're both, and dare I say it, put the commentator's curse on them. They're both batting very well for us here.
So the Cork Harlequins haven't had the best of times this year up in Leinster. Is it the batting that's a bit of an issue?
Well, I suppose you're not scoring runs, and that is an issue, but it's difficult. It's difficult. We play all our games away from home on new grounds against new players, and I think it's pretty clear that we've taken our time to get into the season, but now that we've found our form, found our range, we're setting them well. I mean, that win last weekend against Terranure, one of the umpires after the game was saying we looked like a different team, and he's umpired maybe, I'd say he must have umpired 6 or 7 of our games, so he knows us well at this point, and he was right. We were pulling together as a batting unit, we put in partnerships, and like the three bowlers, Senan, Esmat, who opened the bowling just for the second time this year and bowled superbly, and then Ryan Joyce, they gave the batsmen nothing and really ran through them. But it is a pleasure to be down here. I mean, there are loads of lovely grounds up in Dublin, but the Mardyke is it's a special little arena to be in.
It is, and you've played many times down here.
I did.
You won I remember you won a cup final there against Galway. How long ago was that?
I was 14.
14.
So
you got man the match as well that
years
day.
ago.
Man the match.
I did. Yeah, I was very proud of
Yourself and Rory O'Keefe, I think, put on 100, was it, or 150
yeah, we
that
must
day?
put on a few. We batted very well. I mean, Rory was a very, very skillful ball striker. I mean, I can remember one innings. So we won that cup was whatever is that now, 2010.
Yeah.
And then 2 years later, we won the league for the first time in about 5 years. And I think it's the last time we won the league. But
it was, yeah.
It was on the back of an absolutely stupendous innings that Rory played. He made 70 something off about 50 balls up in Cork Harlequins.
So the show looks like a no ball there. Could be a front foot no ball, is it?
Oh, and delightful. A little free hit.
And a free hit.
These can be tricky. I mean, they can throw you off your rhythm, but I think Brandon has seen the ball very well now, and he'll be lining this up.
You faced Francois, obviously. You got a feather of an edge on that. It was taken nicely by Siddiqui. What's he doing out there?
Well, to me, in a way, when he was hitting back of a length, it was... it's another no ball. That's 2 in a row now, so that, of course, means the free hit is carried over. And so Brandon will have a second chance. And this over is still yet to get going. We're still waiting for the first ball.
But you were saying, what was it, about the back of the length?
Yeah, he bowled well at the start to me anyway. He was hitting back of a length, kept me playing every ball, and was just getting to nibble away a little bit. So he bowled well. And yeah, look, it's the second time he's got me out now, and it's always disappointing to let a bowler get the number on you, but he's bowled well to me. Yeah. So at least I'm getting out to the pro anyway. It looks a little bit better anyway.
It just shows how concerned Cork County are at the moment, bringing Francois back. Like, he's only got 4 overs to play with. Ross, the captain, Ross Doherty, and just to bring back the senior bowler, it just shows how well this pair have been batting. This time that's flicked in the air. This might be a chance.
Oh,
And
that
it's
was a good effort.
fantastic effort by Sunil.
It was a difficult one. He was running in quickly and then had to dive forward and get his hands low to the ground. I think it just carried, Joe.
Yeah, it just did.
Just did.
That was just off shot.
Yeah, it looked like he was just trying to flick it. I'm not sure. It stood on him, up on him a little bit maybe. I mean, Francois hits the deck hard. Might just be one just to waiting a little bit.
That ball though.
Yeah, that's better. See that? Played that right under his eyes. That was very good.
Fuller length ball there by Francois. Yeah, he ripped through the Cork Harlequins last time in the last game that he played against.
He did. I mean, he bowled very well against us. Now, this is a different surface. That one had a bit of spice in it. New wicket. This one, it does have a covering of grass, but it's been very evenly paced. I mean, I only scored 3, but I was finding that the timing of the ball was quite easy. So I imagine there's lots of runs in it. So we will need a big total here. And for that, I think this pair will want to bat deep. I mean, 50 first, I think, will be the target personal milestones, but I mean, I would back them to want to fill their boots here.
Big time.
And it's one of those partnerships as a fielding team where you just know you got to stick in there.
Yeah.
There are chances. That was half chance there to Sunil as Francois bowls, and that's one of a trademark Ryan Joyce shot. Opening.
He tries to look to punch through cover all the time.
Extra cover,
he?
cover, yeah. Opens that front leg up and real crisp driver of the ball. It's lovely to watch.
Cork County have set up kind of an orthodox field for him now. Just 2 outside the ring, and they've kept that during the whole day, haven't they?
Yeah, they've kept the field up. They've really wanted to cut off singles, and now I think the two, Ryan knocks a single down to third man there. Ball thrown back into the keeper, and that's the end of the over. But Ryan and Brandon have both pierced the field very efficiently, very effectively. And
especially they've pounced on a no spill against the spin bowlers. Anything short, they'll look to put away for a boundary.
Yeah, I mean particularly Brandon. Brandon is so quick on the pull and the cut. I mean Ryan on the cut especially as well. But Brandon just he really whips his wrist to it. I mean there was a 6. Who was the 6?
No, that was Brandon was the driven one, but the audacious one was the flick over 45.
Oh, that was Ryan. Yeah,
beautiful
that was
ball off his legs. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, Brandon's one, I mean, it didn't actually look that short to me, but he just managed to get those wrists through it and really pumped it over deep mid-wicket for 6. It was an excellent shot, and you can really see Brandon, I mean, he's striking at over 90 at the moment, so he's obviously got the measure of the pitch and of the bowling. So for him, I think it'll be a challenge of just not getting bored.
So
and that's Ishan. Oh, it's a lovely ball. Ishan bowling his off spin with quite a tall action. Gets a very high arm, and bowls. I think he's quite a handy little off spinner when he gets his pace right. As he comes into bowl now again with that wheeling arm action, and that's a thrashing cover drive out to deep cover, and a misfield, but it'll remain just a single as the fielder recovers. But those two balls there were a good length and a good pace. I think he wasn't letting them get in the back foot there.
He does use. He's a completely different bowler to say Siddiqui, who uses a lot of air. And in fairness, Siddiqui's a good thinker of the game. Tries to set up players a lot.
He does. As Siddiqui is an old pro. He's a different bowler. He bowls left arm. Yeah. Through and around, obviously, but
he's coming towards the end of his career. Ishan is just starting.
He's just starting, yeah. And I mean, what a great wealth of experience to draw on for Ishan. That's a great year, as that's driven firmly up to long on just for a single, ball thrown back into the bowler.
He whips his hands right through that ball, doesn't he, Brandon?
Oh, it's lovely. It's lovely to watch.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, Siddiqui is different. He'll really target the pads and slide it into you, and then just get that ball, get one to turn, couple to turn, and then he'll be wrapping you on the pad. So you always know you have to watch both edges.
Yeah,
he can beat you on the inside or on the outside, which is a great skill. Oh, that one was a little bit shorter, but it actually just snatched it a little bit, Ryan. Just waits on that and cuts that finer, and that's 4. But
it's a good over there by Cork County and Ishan O'Sullivan.
yeah, it's 2 good overs from Ishan so far. He's just brought a bit of control, so I mean, it gives Francois a chance at the other end to really ply his trade, because if the ball is, I think we Cork Harlequins know that Francois is the main threat. He has been the last couple of times.
Yeah.
So they might be thinking a little bit more defensively against him. I mean, look, he's about 7 overs, 2 for 11. But if there's 2 ends, if it's dried up at 2 ends, you've got to think to attack. So it's very good.
They've taken out Francois again now. I think they'll use him sparingly. He's only got about 2 or 3. He's only got 3 overs left. And they're bringing back Siddiqui.
Yeah, and again, I imagine that Siddiqui will be thinking here, pads. I don't know how much it's turning. Can't tell from this angle, but the way he was bowling earlier, it looked like he was really bowling a stump-to-stump line and looking for LBWs. There was a loud appeal against Ryan Joyce early on in his innings, trying to whip to leg. I imagine that's what he'll be looking for again.
That's cut away.
That was not what he was looking for.
Fielders.
Pierce the fielders there. And that's what Ryan Joyce was trying to do in the end of the last over. Just Brandon here waiting on that, really slicing it, getting a backspin or top spin on it and away for 4.
Yeah. Brings Cork Harlequins past the 100 mark now, and Kruger within 1 strike of his 50. Oh, this time.
I think that was a bit tighter there.
I think so.
But it's interesting. It looks like Siddiqui's bowling from really behind the stumps there. I don't know, perhaps that's the angle we're at, but it looks like he's bowling from very far behind, giving the ball a lot of air. And I'd imagine now he'll come a little bit closer to the front line. Oh no, he's gone even further back. Really hanging it up there. Well driven out to long on off a full toss just for 1. Siddiqui really is bowling a very nice arcing, looping little left arm spinner. They brought long off up for Ryan, just tempting him as Siddiqui comes in again. He's a bit closer to the stumps there, as you can see. A different plan to Ryan, perhaps. That was a bit flatter at the stumps, forcing Ryan to play.
He'll certainly just bowl that line outside off. He knows that Ryan is good off his legs, so
I think perhaps he might try and just. Let's see now. There we go. I think actually it's a wide in the end, but I think looking at him at the moment, he's trying to actually cut off the offside. So he's got long on out, so he's saying, okay, yeah, you can go to long on, but he's thinking if I hit your pads here, you're going to be in trouble. Oh, that's well played. Lovely.
Beautiful shot. Just a bit of a glance.
Delicate little late cut. No slip in place, a very safe shot, past short third man and down to the boundary for 4 down towards the tennis courts. Which end is Siddiqui bowling from? Do we have?
That's the Mardyke walk end.
The Mardyke walk end.
Yeah, and it's the River Lee end is the other
and
one.
The River Lee end.
You should know this.
I know I should.
You forget though if you haven't played.
You do.
Yeah.
Oh, and that's another wide, but you can see there's a definite plan. He's thinking stumps. But Ryan so far has been up to the task.
Joyce moves to 32 now of 48 balls. Partnership worth 84.
It's a name with a great dynasty, Joyce,
isn't it?
In Irish cricket. Not related though. Not that we know anyway.
The Marion
Joyces, Ed Joyce, Dom Joyce, who was last I looked striking the ball very well for Marion against Malahide. They brought up that's a bit of a misfield out in the deep cover boundary, which enables Ryan and Brandon to get through for the second, and that's the end of the over. A very good one for Cork Harlequins.
Indeed, a lucrative over there. Brings up 110 for 2 of 23 overs. Just 2 overs now to go till drinks. Not as warm as it has been over the last few weeks, so they won't be breaking up the innings into having 2 drinks breaks this time.
Yeah, it's almost a pleasant surprise.
I've actually heard that up in Clonmel or Limerick, they had 4 drinks breaks in an innings, which was mad.
4 drinks breaks,
and
wow.
they started at, I think it was 10 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah.
Which actually isn't a bad idea if you could have local games start at 9:30, 10 o'clock. You know, gives you a bit of a.
You get a nice evening then.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Yeah.
Well, we were finished early last week
You
against Terranure, which was very pleasant for the lads getting the bus home. I was just taking the bus 20 minutes away, so it was a bit of a different feeling.
So Ishan will continue from the Riverlea end. His third over now.
Ooh, well fielded, well bowled again. Yeah, Ishan, he's got a nice pace going here, I think. He's bringing Brandon forward regularly, which is what you want to see from your spinner. Get him on the front foot as he comes into bowl again now. Oh, that's a bit short though, and crunched away out to deep cover, and you can perhaps hear the applause in the background there. Brandon brings up his 50 off 54 balls, 7 fours and 1 6.
A fine knock there by.
And he's given a big wave out to the small group of fans
The Raucous.
down in the corner. Yeah, they're making a lot of noise for a small group.
3 of them. So we're on Nelson now.
Oh. Where does that come from, Joe? Is it one arm, one eye, one leg?
Yeah, from Admiral Nelson.
Oh, that's a real whip. But again, that's a good length.
Not much power on that shot there.
No, it looked like it might have been a bit close to him, really.
Easily fielded by Dermot Carey in your shot, your left-hand side, top of the screen.
And that's just pushed out to a very...
Genteel push.
Yeah. I was going to say a very shallow mid-off, but I'm not quite sure.
It's one of those things where you know drinks is coming, you don't want to get out before drinks, so you defend more than attack.
That's very good again. And that's a rather gentle, leisurely mosey on up the pitch from Brandon, who at one point, I think Ryan was wondering if he was actually going to be running at all there, but it's a single out to deep cover anyway, and it takes it over again.
So at this point in the innings, what do you think the captain, Matt Bruce, will be thinking about a good total?
Well, I think it was Matt coming in 6 or 7, and what he'll be thinking first of all is, I don't want to bat. He'll be thinking if these two can stay out, ton up. Oh, and he slipped there as Brandon slipped at the non-striker's end and ensured there would just be a single to end the over. But another tidy over from Ishan leading up to the drinks break.
Just 9 off it now. He's the most economical out of all the bowlers. And I think, again, a change of bowler, and they'll bring in their 4th spinner. Dermot Carey will come in. Well known to Cork Harlequins players.
Of course. Used to play, formerly of this parish.
Yeah, and Nabil also played for Harlequins for a few years.
And Brandon has made the trip up the hill.
Yeah.
From Cork County up to Cork Harlequins. So, yeah.
The clubs mix and match.
The clubs do mix and match. Yeah. Same in Dublin. But yeah, to come back to your question, I think 250 really is on from here, and it's just a question of how deep this pair can take it. I mean, last time we played them, we got about 180, haven't been, 7 for 4, something ridiculous like that. So we've plenty of batting to come. It's just a question of taking it very, very deep. And I mean, this has been a high-scoring ground over the last couple of weeks. Leinster scored 300 plus with
Joe Carroll. 160, wasn't it?
Yeah,
he also
very powerful. And it's Dermot Carey, I should say, coming on, another left arm.
Yeah,
left arm around the wicket. Slow left armer, very different style from Siddiqui, much taller. Bowls a bit flatter. Yeah.
Of course, he's got bags of experience too.
Oh, and bags of wickets as well. I mean,
he's also played for the Munster Reds at one stage.
It's just a gentle single again out to long off for Brandon, just tipping it over towards the drinks break. The dreaded drinks break often take your mind off your batting for a moment and make a fatal error, but Ryan will be facing up to the first time to Dermot now as he approaches to the crease, and that looks like a good ball. A good length, targeting the stumps again. I think they've bowled better to Ryan than to Brandon so far. They've really cramped him.
Both are different styles of batsmen, aren't they?
They are very much. I mean, Ryan is generally in the V, extra cover in particular, to long off.
Quicker ball this time by Dermot. And I just think you get the feeling that Ryan will just want to see this over off till drinks.
Yeah, and then assess. I mean,
And do you know what? It probably was a clever one just to get one in before drinks to get Dermot going.
yeah, that's been unlikely to attack as he approaches the crease. So that's a full toss, and you think he's got away with, has he? He has very well
there by the
fielded
captain.
that jumped up at him nastily, but he got his hands on it, just knocked it down and kept it to a single. But a good shot from Ryan if he pierced the field there. That was racing away to the boundary. One ball to go before drinks now. Balls,
There's
a bit of an
appeal for
but it's half
beat
an
the
appeal.
bat this time.
And that'll take us through to drinks. Dot ball to finish. Cork Harlequins 115 for 2 after 25 overs.
25 overs.
Half day in the test match.
Right, so let me give you a few scores here. North County against Terranure. Obviously, Cork Harlequins have a bit of interest in this with Zubair Hassan Khan playing for Terranure today. And it is North County are 46 for 1. Sorry, 46 for... Sorry, apologies.
6 for 2.
46 for 2, I'm just reading off the screen. 46 for 2 of 10 with Eddie Richardson batting at the moment on 24 and Jamie Grassi down the other side.
It's a good ball there.
20.
Good
So
Mark Thomas.
Mark Thomas is it?
Yeah.
One
Tom out.
one for 22 of his 5.
Another illustrious name in
Tom.
Australian.
That's right, yeah.
Australian history.
Yeah. And meanwhile, in Munster, UC Clonmel 106 for 6 off 18 against Cork Harlequins thirds. In Division 2 also, Limerick Blasters are 89 from 1 off 19 versus Milton thirds. And in the Premier League, Cork County Kerry struggling 70 for 5 off 25 overs versus Limerick. Kerry won the toss, elected to bat. So at the moment, Kerry are top of the Premier League, and not a good start for them. But we'll keep going during the day, and we'll update you on all the scores. So while drinks are ongoing, I think Rue and myself deserve a drink. So we'll be right back to you in about 5 minutes.
Yeah.
So we're back. The batsmen and players are going out to the crease, and while we have you now, we'll go on to Leinster, and there's a couple of championship matches on today. Leinster, North Kildare are 66 for 2 versus Leinster 1. I think Leinster are on top at the moment, aren't they, in the championship? Then in the Premier League, leaders Balbriggan are taking on Pembroke, and Pembroke are 52 for 2. Marion are 104 for 4 versus the Hills.
140 for 4. My
140
goodness.
for 4.
Off 24 overs only.
Yeah. Then Malahide are struggling against YMCA. Malahide are 62 for 4 off 24 overs. And in Clontarf are 100 for 4 off 24 overs versus Phoenix. Have you gone to any of the Premier games up in Dublin this year?
No, so they're on the same time as ourselves.
Oh,
so
yeah,
I
there you
haven't
go.
had a chance.
Yeah, umpire is waving at me and at the scorers.
But we're starting up
Umpire
after the break.
Vinay Kumar.
And
So Ishan will continue.
Ishan and Sullivan is going to continue here from the River Lee end
Correct.
to Ryan Joyce.
I'd say the Mardyke Tennis Club, or is it the Mardyke? Is it? No, it's not.
It is the tennis. Well, I don't know. It's the tennis club anyway. I assume it's the Mardyke Tennis Club. It's
That's
all
not.
the Mardyke
No, it's
around
not.
here.
No, it's not.
Where's the name Mardyke come from, Joe? Do you know?
I don't know. Ru, go on, enlighten me.
No,
please.
I don't. It'll have to be a bit of a Google search.
Yeah.
Relying on, and that's another good ball. Good start after the break for Ishan, who has been one of the more consistent bowlers so far. Into the hip of Ryan, tucked away for a single to deep square. And that's Quins underway after the break.
I do know that this club was formed during the Great Exhibition of 1870s, 60s, 70s. And
Okay.
Queen Victoria visited this whole area and I think opened UCC as well at the same time.
That's well timed from Brian.
Brandon.
Ryan. I've been inventing new cricketers on our team.
Take the B, add it to the Ryan, and you come up with Brian.
Yeah, that's another single that's long on. And Ishan comes in again with his tall action, getting that arm right over. And another flat one into the pitch, into the hip of Ryan Joyce and a dot ball.
Pitch is starting to dry out a little bit of dust rising.
Good to see. I think Brandon will be enjoying that later. I'd like to see it tear up even more.
Yeah.
So Ishan's in again. And that's a single out to deep cover. Nice flowing cover drive. You
So
can
a few people coming into the ground now. A lot of people, for those who don't know the Mardyke, there's Fitzgerald's Park behind the ground. And a lot of people, they come in, have a little nose around for a while, sit down and relax before going on with the kids to Fitzgerald's Park.
And that's another cut out to deep cover for a single.
I think
Again.
I think Cork County need to do something different here. It's just a bit.
Well, it's difficult when a partnership is going. I mean, this is nearing a 100-run partnership. You're wondering where that next wicket is coming from. It's well bowled. There we go. You can see that Ishan, he's just got Ryan in two minds a little bit. Wanted to cut that, it was too full. But that's the end of the over. Another good over from Ishan. 4 overs for 13 now.
Partnership worth 95.
But you just think that for Cork County, they'll want to be thinking, okay, just string a few tight overs together here. Both these batsmen are in, but they got to restart here after drinks. I'd be interested to know what the coach and captain were telling them at the drinks break. I'd say they wouldn't need to tell them too much. These two lads are experienced cricketers and know their games well. But Diarmuid Carey, after a good first over before the drinks break, is going to continue from the Mardyke walk-end.
That's right.
There we go.
Well done.
That's well bowled. Drawing Brandon forward. Pushed out to extra cover where Sunnell feels the ball, gives it a bit of a shine. Before passing it back to Diarmuid. It was actually a similar enough action to Ishan. He drives through the crease a bit more, but again, another taller action that's a little bit short, but
I think he drives his hip more, though.
he does. He gets through a bit. He's a bit of a quicker spinner, but again, another tall spinner and tying Brandon down here, stump to stump. I can't imagine that Nabil will be out of the game for too long. Oh, that's a quicker ball and punched out to deep mid wicket. They're pushing for 2, but
They'll look for 2. They won't get it though.
no,
this
they
time.
won't. Who's that fielding out there? Is that France? Yeah. Oh, and he's cleared the keeper, but well backed up, just a single.
Kruger moves to 55 now, off 63 balls.
He's become a little bit becalmed recently. Hasn't hit a boundary in a little while, which
I think they're just happy to knock the ball around for the next 5-10 overs. And with wickets in hand, the last 10 overs, they can nearly go for it. That's a short ball there by...
Oh, and that's crunched out and chased down here on the
boundary. Won't go for a boundary.
Oh, and it will. It just trickles over. Slight fumble there, and that's a good release for Ryan Joyce there.
The outfield is very quick now because the ground is so dry these days that it makes it harder for fielders to field. You have to be spot on.
Lovely shot out to long off. That was well flighted. And that last boundary actually brought the 100 partnership up, I believe.
You're right, 101.
An excellent partnership for Cork Harlequins so far. And I just think that boundary, I think that probably came at an important time for Ryan. He's been really striving. He's been pushing hard. That's a lovely shot inside out to long off for Ross Doherty. Runs in quickly to get the ball into the bowler's end for a single.
126 for 2 now off 27 overs. Yeah, 280 I think would be a very good score here today.
It would be. We'll see where we're at. I mean, what did they say? Double the score at 30?
Yeah.
At least that's in the professional game. I think here, you'd be thinking, if you got 70 off the last 10, got 45, 50 off the 30 to 40 mark, then you're looking somewhere up around the 260 mark.
Yep.
Just depends where we're at 30 and how many wickets we have in hand. Ishan O'Sullivan to continue here. They've put an extra man out at deep mid wicket. No slip in. So it's quite a defensive field as Ishan up to the stumps now and bows. That's a short ball. Rising up into Brandon Kruger's hip, and he just punches it out to long on for a single. They've jogging gently through.
3 out now. You might suspect that he might drop it a little bit shorter to bring those catchers out in the deep into play here.
As Ishan's up to the crease now, and that's a well-flighted ball, but clipped powerfully down the ground, out to long on again, where it bobbles into the fielder's hand, and just another single.
Abdul Gaffer out there.
Ishan up to the stumps again. Bowls. That's another one up into the hip, and it's obviously a bit of a plan here. Keep the ball leg side, drive it into the hip, and just cut out the boundaries for a little while. And not a bad one. If the pitch is a bit flat, then Ishan is doing a good job, at least tying up an end. He's into the stumps now again. Well bowled, bringing Brandon forward, and again it's obviously that same line again, pushing out to mid wicket. Brandon faces up to Ishan O'Sullivan. It's a short ball, and he's punched it well, but he's not going to beat the fielders. Ross Doherty across quickly.
Ross seems to be everywhere today, doesn't he?
He is. Good. It's good from the captain.
It's a very good over so far by Ishan. Just needs to finish off well here now.
And he has another ball into the hip, and it's a dot ball played out to mid wicket. So a very good over from Ishan, who really has tied up an end for Cork County, and it'll free up overs elsewhere that perhaps they weren't expecting, but he's kept it tidy, just kept it tight, and that's what they need at the moment.
15 off his 5 overs.
Dearly love a wicket now, Cork County.
God, yeah.
2 down after 30 is dangerous, but 3 or 4 down, you're thinking you could keep a team to 200, so that'll be in the back of the batsman's mind, but in the front of it will be scoring runs. These are 2 aggressive cricketers. Dear McCary to continue. Just changing his field here, making sure the placement's right, flicking the ball in his hands. And
he's very meticulous in his field places, isn't he?
And that's short, but straight to backward point. He's meticulous, and he's quite particular in his action as well, it seems. He has his own little quirks which he sticks to quite rigidly, and into the crease again. Bowls, Shot. That's great
beautiful
wrist.
shot.
You see, he's not got down the whole way there. He's just stood a little bit tall, got the wrist through that ball, which is very full, maybe down leg, it's hard to tell, but really whipped it away to the boundary, deep backward square field with no shot.
What would you call that?
Well, it's interesting.
It wasn't really
Sweep. No, not quite. He was standing a little bit taller.
Yeah.
It was very, very good hands. He has very quick hands, as Ryan.
Almost like a hockey
yeah,
shot.
a little hockey flick.
Yeah.
But he's 2 away from his 50 now, which would be a well-deserved one should he reach it here. That's a lovely shot, but it's straight to mid-off, which has been kept in the ring. I think that's good captaincy there. He's just saying, go on, go over the top. But now he's pushed him back. That's interesting. Just halfway through the over.
Maybe just to give him that single.
Jeremy Bowles, it's a flatter. Oh, he's
bowled him.
And that's a key wicket for Cork County, but it'll bring Shivam Kisley to the crease, but I don't think Ryan Joyce really knows what happened there. He looked down at the stumps.
I think he took a step backwards. Maybe he was trying to give himself a bit of space, but
yeah, perhaps it was hard to tell. Again,
stayed straight
from this angle. But it was a vital partnership. 108. It's really put Cork Harlequins in a strong position here to drive on to 258 plus.
But a fantastic breakthrough for Cork County by Dermot Carey.
Yeah, and that's out for 48 off 66 deliveries. So he scored at a quick rate as well, which has meant that even though he's out now, he's left his team in a good position. Disappointed here, he's coming off the pitch quite slowly. You can hear the applause, well deserved. Now Shivam has found a bit of form in the last couple of weeks, an excellent, crucial innings in the semi-final, T20 semi-final against the Hill CC, and a very handy little 20 or so, got out to a decent ball from memory. Actually it was a difficult ball that he's a bit unlucky to get out to in Terranure on 22 or so, but he was getting those wristy flicks going, hitting the ball very crisply, so just hopefully gets himself in here, gives himself a bit of time, and will want to bat deep here. I think this pair will want to get at least to the 40th over, and
definitely
from there see what we can get. What said we there?
That's okay.
Betraying my
that's all right.
I have to declare, what is it? Declare my interests.
Your interests, yeah. Unlike some people in the Doyle.
No. Sports is free of politics, thankfully.
You did mention it though. You brought it up. So a few changes in the field now as
the new batsman faces up. Shivam slip in. Dermot Bowles, it's a slow ball, nice crisp extra cover drive out. Ross Doherty gets a hand to it at extra cover, but just knocks it out to deep cover for a single.
And Shivam gets off the mark off his first ball.
Yeah, there was an attacking field there, long on, long off, came up. Slip came in from short third. But another single brings Brandon on strike for the last ball of the over. Dermot Bowles it. Oh, perhaps misjudged that a little bit, played off the back foot.
Very watchful.
Stump high, but plays at the end of the over.
So breakthrough there for Cork County. And the score is now 133 for 3 of 29 overs. In the Clear Currency Irish National Cup, North County are 61 for 3.
Wow, new batsman John Andrews. Who was out there, Joe, do you know? It looks like Eddie Richardson at the other end. So
yeah, it is, yeah.
Must have been Jamie Grassie. But John Andrews and Eddie Richardson, they're two very seasoned cricketers. That's well bowled, a nice line there. But back to our own cricket here, and Ishan, he forgot to take his cap off, but he's about to bowl to Shivam again. Not as an attacking field, but it seems that Ishan's role is very definitely just to tie up and end. Long on has come up, but there's still deep mid-wicket and a deep square as he bowls, and that is a short ball into the hip again, but well fielded by Francois mid-wicket, firing and throw into the wicketkeeper, it's no run. Ishan has done a very good job for Cork County here. I think
He's settled the team here, hasn't he?
Yeah. That's well bowled again. Into extra cover. They've brought a tight ring in, deep covers up, so not giving any easy singles.
Just 2 out this time now.
And Ishan's up again to the crease now to bowl. So again, back of a length out to mid-on, who's come up from the long on boundary and so is cutting off the single. It's a good start to the over here again. Shivam just seeing himself in here. Just faced 4 balls so far for 1 run. Is Ishan up to the crease now again to bowl, and that's well flighted off the glove, I think, there, bringing Shivam forward. That was a good change up there after driving the ball into the pitch. Another dot.
Runs seem to have dried up a little bit now in the last 4 or 5 overs, haven't they?
They have. Well, Cork County have bowled well, as I say, particularly Ishan now, and he is much deserves credit for that wicket at the other end, but that's flicked wristily out to deep mid-wicket.
Siddiqui, yeah.
Brandon jogging through, conserving his energy as we come up towards the 30th over. Just 1 ball left in 30th. 134 for 3. Brandon Kruger facing on 57 as Ishan moves in bowls. That's a short ball, whipped away to managed to get that very straight out to long on. I was looking at deep mid-wicket.
He kind of half slapped.
It did. It was very tennis, wasn't it? Tennis shot. Really getting the wrist through it.
That's the 30th over now. 135 for 3. Just beginning rebuilding this partnership. Just 3 runs off the partnership.
Yeah, nice and steady. I assume Dearman will continue here for a little while, and this pair, what is this, the 6th bowler? Is Dearman the 6th bowler used so far?
6th bowler. Got the scorecard here.
So he's done quite well here.
On your screen there.
So still plenty of batting to come. Matthew Bruce, the captain, Senna Jones, and Kieran O'Reilly, who had an excellent partnership of 60 or so in the last encounter between these 2 teams on this ground. Diarmuid Carey comes up to bowl and bowls a flat one into his pads. Francois
Don't understand what's going on here.
What happened there was Francois threw the ball in,
and
Brandon Kruger just blocked it with his bat, perhaps protecting himself there. It's hard to tell from our angle, but Francois was not happy about it as Diarmuid comes up to bowl again. Slow, it's very slow, whipped out to deep mid-wicket. He's pummeled that very powerfully.
Slow and short.
Slow, short, right in Brandon's arc to really crunch that away to the deep mid-wicket boundary. A very good shot there to take him into the 60s. And that's just the start Cork Harlequins would have wanted for the last 20 overs. A boundary just to get Brandon going. First one he's had in a while, and he's become a little bit becalmed, but I think in the end he's anchoring this innings and he knows what his job is. As Diarmuid up to the crease again. It's a bit flasher. Oh, it's a nasty bounce up to extra cover. Who's done well.
To Sunil there. Bounced right up into his shoulder.
And Diarmuid's up to bowl again.
Oh,
it's a short ball. Oh, he's whipped it out. He's going to be on 1 bounce out to deep square. He would have been thinking boundary there, I think, Brandon, but he just got it a bit square than he wanted, just for a single. Good shot all the same. Long on and long off are coming up here for Shivam Kisley. No slip in. Interesting. Mustn't be turning much. So
they're ringing
up to
him.
the crease now. Shot. Shivam Kisley on the back foot quickly there to the ball outside off stump, driving it out, or cutting it out rather, to deep cover boundary where Ishan O'Sullivan fires the throw back in. Just another single to the total. 141 for 3. It's a good place to be for Cork Harlequins. You've had a few close encounters, good in matches down through the years of this ground, Joe.
I have. Played in a couple of cup finals, alright. Some good, some bad.
Oh,
I think it might have been 2001, 2002.
Our coach Ted Williamson was playing for the other side back then.
He did. We got him quite early on in the innings. Bowled by Quinton Class and caught by myself.
Ah, very good.
They had Jerry Bramble there, fantastic bowler. I think we had a finger spinner from India, Sangram Sawant. Beautiful player, but we were out of it and we managed to scrape back in. And I think there was only an over to go, and poor old Huge just blocked a ball that was taken with one hand by Johnny Power, and devastated we were.
Oh, well fielded though. They've kept deep cover up now for Brandon to Ishan. They're obviously confident in the line he's bowling here. It's cut away for us powerfully, but just for a dot. Start the 32nd over. It's well bowled. It's good pace. Drawing Brandon forward, pirouetting, losing his balance a little bit. It's a bit of a breeze picking up, Joe.
Haven't tied down the gazebo. I hope it doesn't fly away. It's happened in the past.
Oh, shot.
And
well fielded by Ross Dorsey. You can see the frustration there for Brandon. And perhaps can hear in the background his teammates calling for him to keep going. He's hit those two cut shots powerfully, but
this is a good battle between Ishan and Brandon. See who wins this battle.
Well bowled again, drawing Brandon forward. That's where he'd like to be, I think, more often. Ishan. He's got away with a couple in this over. 2 balls left in the 30 seconds, 4 dots so far. It's in his favour. He's up to the crease again now. It's kind of a wheeling arm action. And another dot. Ooh. Sort of a lot of work from the arm, it seems, not so much from the hips and the like, but he's getting it through there in a way at a nice pace. 5 dots with his 7th over. Just gone for 17 runs so far without picking up a wicket. Well played by Brandon. It's a maiden in the 32nd over. It's very well bowled by Ishan. 7 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket, 17 runs, but he's done a great job for his team.
Fantastic job.
And now,
and in a way, I think Brandon probably needed something like that as well. You know, even to refocus himself, and he knows he's got a job to do. There's no point getting frustrated at this time, and there's plenty of overs left.
Perhaps, something just to focus the mind a little bit.
Yeah.
But he'll want 100 here. He'll be hungry for it. He's had a bit of a taste of interprovincial cricket, and I'm sure will be eager, looking at the winter squads and the like, eagerly hoping to claim a place for next year. He's bowled very well during the season and struggled with the bat initially, dropped down to number 4, and it's really worked wonders for him. He's found his range, become much more sound, confident in his technique, and has really expanded his range since last season even.
So change of bowling now. That was out of the back of the hand, but Nabil returns from the Mardyke walk end.
Bowling his leg spinning googlies. A very handy leg spinner. Bowled just 3 overs so far. This is his 4th now. Starts with a dot. That's a very slow delivery. Well played by Shivam. He's just taking his time here. He's 3 off 10. Just seeing himself in. I think that makes sense here. A lot of time left in this game. He'll be thinking, if I'm here at the 40th over, I can cash in, get a big 60, 70 and a winning score for Cork Harlequins. Quicker ball. No,
off the
leg, I would think.
Yeah.
Big appeal, but quickly responded by the umpire. Not out. It's good bowling, good start from Nabil here. He's mixed up his pace and clearly has Shivam in 2 minds there. Oh, he
flatter this time.
Flat out to deep square, 1 bounce. You could see the Cork County fielders are thinking for a minute, and I'm sure Shivam as well. Had he just struck that long hop right down deep square's throat, but nope. Just rolled his wrist on it gently, bit of top spin, bounced neatly into the deep square's hand. And that's a dot ball. Punched out gently to mid-wicket by Brandon Kruger. There's been some great tussles down through the years between these teams.
Absolutely, especially with the spinners. Then
Yeah.
they've had the they've been much.
It's punch for a single, long hop rather, a full toss to end the over. Just a 1 run to Brandon Kruger.
I was going to say they've had the measure of Cork Harlequins down through the years, especially in the spinning department, where Harlequins couldn't play against spin.
Yeah, they've had some good. I mean, they've had Siddiqui, who has really wheeled away for years and years now, and is a very canny bowler, as I say, challenges both edges. Then Sid Yoshi.
Oh yes, Sid Yoshi.
Another very handy slow left armour. Nabil now.
And Diarmid, obviously.
Diarmid. Used to have Kieran Hines, was it? Very handy little off spinner.
There was Kieran. He's moved to New Zealand as well. What was his name?
That was Kieran Hines.
No, not Hines, was it?
Was it not Hines? Maybe I've gotten the name wrong. Then.
It was something else. Kieran.
It was Kieran anyway. But he was a handy off spinner.
The goatee.
Yeah. Nice guy as well. And but I mean, look, they've had no shortage of seamers either. When I started, it was Bruce Cock and who was the left arm seamer? Joe, you'll have to remind me.
Was it Johnny Power? Was it?
No.
Full shot there by. Mightn't go all the way.
It will indeed go all the way. That's trademark cut from Brandon Kruger, and he just stands and admires it.
Stand and deliver. Keith Banks, was it?
Keith Banksy, yeah. Jan, they've had some Mornay Bauer, of course, another very talented seamer. As Ishan, it's the first boundaries conceded in quite a while, and it's another slightly short ball. Perhaps Brandon has just got into his head a little bit here. He's really crunched those cut shots, and it just puts you under a bit of pressure as a bowler. As Ishan's up to the stumps again, wheeling away. That's a good ball. That's better. Stump to stump line, not giving Brandon any room to work with. Dot ball. Yeah, we had quite a number of cricketers ourselves, but there was Mike Reid, a handy off spinner, and Corey Atkinson, powerful batsman.
Absolutely, yeah.
Seamer, Wilf, Bracegirdle.
He also played down here. They all played down here.
They all played down here
as well at one stage.
And they came up. That's another single out to Brandon into the 70s now, onto 70 off 87 balls. Shivam Kisley on strike. Mid-on comes up for him.
Shivan's struggling just a little bit, I feel.
Yeah, he's
trying to ease himself into this game.
You're just feeling he's to get one boundary away and he'll be a little bit calmer, but still in a very strong position here. 149 for 3. Oh, he's trying to whip that away. That was a flatter ball into the top of the stumps. Dot ball out to mid wicket. But yeah, I just feel he needs to get one away here, but as I say, he's been in good form of late, so he just had to give himself a bit of time. Perhaps the ball's taking a bit of turn, or pitch is taking a bit of turn now, so mightn't be as easy to get in. That's a good shot. Oh, got it through the legs of the bowler there, but backed up by mid-off for a dot ball.
Well fielded by Sunil. That's the end of the over, just 5 off it. Isha now has only 1 over remaining. He's got 2 overs remaining. Apologies. 8 overs, 1 maiden, none for 22.
And Nabil to continue. We're getting heckled by our...
We are getting heckled, yeah. They're becoming a bit raucous. A word that I heard the other day on a stream.
That's a good shot, but straight to extra cover. He's hit the fielders a lot, and you can see him giving him a stare. Brandon Kruger giving extra cover a stare.
What would you do in this case now, Roo? If you were hitting the fielders all the time, would you
just
try and change your stance or do something different?
It's just about getting the feeling right. He's an interesting one.
So an appeal by
Nabil there. Must have been the googly there. I'm not sure Brandon picked that. He left it alone, wrapped his pad. It was half an appeal, really. I don't think they were that confident. But it's been a good spell now for Cork County. They've tied them down. The spinners have tied Cork Harlequins down.
And what they've done better is that they've got their fielding placings. They've adapted.
Oh, but he's bowled a quicker one. It's flicked off the pad, I think, out to fine leg.
They might go for 3 here.
And they'll jog through for 2 as it's picked up inside the boundary. No signal from the umpire, so that must have been runs off the bat there. Another 2 to Brandon's score. It's just 2 balls left in the over here with Nabil. Short. It's a short run up. Oh, it's a good shot there. Wasn't that short, but he's rocked onto the back foot and pulled it out too long on. Past a diving mid wicket just for a single. But Nabil, it's a short, it's a long enough run up, but he never really gets into any run up stage. It's longer stride, little quick step, and then pushes
about
through
4 or 5 paces.
And that's a good shot by Shivam, out to long off, punching that well just for a single.
It's the end of the over. 15 to go now, 153 for 3. I think at this stage now, Roo, that this pair will be thinking of trying to start pushing it on a little bit up that run rate. Currently on about 4.37, you're looking for about 5, maybe 5.5 and over. If you want to reach that 270, 280 mark.
Yeah, I mean, it'll be interesting to know what they're thinking, and they'll know themselves what kind of target they'll have in mind. Perhaps the ball is starting to take a bit of turn. It does look like Nabil's getting it to go.
Yeah.
And, I mean, Ishan, he's only got 2 overs left, but he's bowled very tidily, so perhaps they're thinking, see off his spell, and there'll be a chance to attack at his end then. Francois, of course, has 3 overs left. Siddiqui has plenty left. So Cork County have overs in the bank, but Cork Harlequins as well might have a couple of bowlers in mind to target at the dot ball to start. Oh, that's really bounced on Shivam there. He's done well to keep that cut down out to cover just for a dot ball again. Bounced him a little bit, so perhaps this pitch just starting to take a bit of a turn and bounce. It's quite dry, so it could be breaking up a little bit, and it's been such a dry summer. Oh, he smashed that.
That will
Hit
go
that
all the
very
way, and
hard.
that's maybe the release shot that he needed to kickstart his innings.
Yeah, you could see he was really eager for it. He was really keen to get out and attack there, and he picked the right ball. It was obviously quite straight. It was full. Got a full extension of the arms through it and hit it quite straight, sort of straight mid wicket, wide long on. Very powerful shot. 4 runs. Oh, and from that he's earned
very unlucky.
a short, wide, long hop, which he's nicked for 4.
Yeah, very unlucky by Ishan.
But that's definitely the pressure there telling of that last shot, because he actually bowled what has been a safe dot ball for him, which was thrashed to the boundary, and then he's dropped it short and wide. And yeah, it's not gone where Shivam's place wanted it, but it's another boundary to his name. And Cork Harlequins are
walks
motoring
around the keeper. He seems to do. He does that. It's quite funny actually. You just see him walking around the keeper all the time.
There's all sorts of quirks. And we had. He's driven that hard. Oh, and it's beaten mid on. Oh, he's not driven. It's pulled it short again. Stump high. Shavam's rocked back, and he's got that strong wrist through the ball. That's 3 boundaries in a row, and now Cork Harlequins will be thinking, yeah, this is the little bit of impetus that we needed. So this is a very important moment in the game, you would think, because Ishan has been a banker for Cork County. Perhaps he's getting a little bit tired here into his 9th over in a row. Young spinner, last ball of his 9th. Comes up now to Shivam after 3 boundaries. So you're going to do it short, and Shivam just works it away to deep square leg. Gently for a single. You can see they're just trundling through, and it's lobbed in from the deep. Ends the over, a very good one for Cork Harlequins. 3 boundaries off it, and Shivam now on to 18, having been languishing a little bit on 6.
It's as you said, he needed 1 boundary to kickstart him, and it certainly has helped him. His partnership worth 34. If you're just joining us, Cork Harlequins are 166 for 3 off 36. It's a big partnership between Brandon Kruger and Ryan Joyce. I think about 110 earlier on.
Now it's a partnership of 34, so And it's Nabil. Oh, he's driven that hard,
Expansive.
straight.
He's beaten
But
one fielder,
Sunil
but
has
well
done
fielded.
well. Oh,
Well
and
fielded by.
just a single. Brandon thought it was 4 once it had beaten mid-off, but Sunil has done very well at long on just to come round and keep it to a single. But now Shivam, you can see he's motoring. It was flighted from Nabil. His somewhat sort of stiff run up now, a couple of paces, little quick step, and then a long front stride. No, right.
It's an appeal for LBW.
Oh, and then a half chance, I suppose, as a run out as Brandon wandered down the crease. But I wonder, is Brandon getting a little bit tired here? Been out there a long time. 93 balls he's faced so far, 73.
Well, to be fair, he's only jogged through his singles.
Well, he's conserving his energy, it's true.
Yeah.
Nabil up again, that long stride, and he's whipped that away powerfully, but out to the fielder. He's had a lot of work to do there at deep square, and throws the ball back in. Whoa. Had the bowler
he's
guessing
hit,
which
has
way.
he?
No. Had the bowler guessing which way the throw was going.
Kruger holding his neck. Has he pulled a muscle there?
I don't know, I'd say perhaps just getting a bit stiff from crouching, and say it's the longest he's batted this season. Oh, perhaps a cramp in the neck
Cramp in
muscle.
the neck.
I've never seen that before.
Has been looking at the ground too long.
Shivam very still at the crease, no real triggers, little forward press, cuts it into the ground and just a dot ball. You can hear a cry of his nickname there from the boundary, Lord Kisley. Shivam Kisley. Cork Harlequins wicketkeeper as well as he faces up to Nabil. It's a quicker ball. It's driven it hard but well fielded. It's a good over from Nabil, an important one because the last one from Ishan had been expensive. But I think Cork Harlequins on the whole will be the happier team here. Partnership building, 36 now. 168 for 3 overs to go to the last power play.
Brandon now on 74. I do think he's done something to his neck.
Yeah, he's stretching it. He's got the helmet off.
Yeah.
It's a curious one. Perhaps they have to get the masseuse out. Is Ted Williamson doubling up, perhaps?
Maybe the deep heat, I think, will be more appropriate.
And the sun's back out now. We're in the shade here.
The wind has finally dropped as well. The gazebo was rocking earlier on.
Ishan, last over now. Whipped away by...
Well played by Brandon.
Brandon up to long on there just for another single. Lob back to Ishan O'Sullivan, who's into, as I say, his last over now. He's first 8 were just what Cork County wanted. Just in the last couple, he's dropped a few short, perhaps tiring. And will be keen to perhaps pick up a wicket here. He's deserved one. Ball into Shivam Kisley now. Gives a bit of a shimmy down the pitch and waits for it. Shorter ball and whips it out to long on for a single.
It was more like the crane on the one hand or 1 foot.
Yeah. All the power coming from the wrist there, and now this is a common sight. Shivam pausing to do up his shoelaces. I think it happens at least once in innings. Ishan up to the crease now to bowl to Brandon. It's a flatter one. Thought about the single, but Brandon gave an early call there. Sent Shivam back and it's a dot ball. It's been a better over so far from Ishan. He's into the crease now. Oh, it's a short one. Whacked away, but they have the protection there for him, so it's just a single out to Siddiqui on the boundary. Oh, Shivam, a little shimmy down the pitch there. Whacked it out too long on. Right to the pitch, the ball there. Good shot for a single. Shivam's definitely looking to be the aggressor here. I wonder, is it a plan to let Brandon bat through? Other batsmen take on a more expansive role. Oh, as I say that, Brandon pushing forward at one, reaching for it. Might just popped off a length a little bit, and he chipped it up. A couple of bounces short of mid-off. Could have gone anywhere, but it's safe for a dot.
And that's a fantastic spell by Ishan O'Sullivan. His 10 overs, 1 made and none for 39.
Yeah, in the
think
context of the game.
Captain Doherty will be delighted with the effort of his young spinner.
Yeah, came on at a key time for Cork County. They're just searching for one bowler that could be their banker, and Ishan, I think, can be proud of the work he's done there.
Absolutely.
Oh, I'm getting a bit of the sun here.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's ideal as far as I'm concerned. Wearing shorts and a t-shirt.
Don't get burnt.
Partnership up to 40 now. Siddiqui, the cat, stretches, getting the arm going, getting the muscles ready. Takes a bit longer to warm up, I'd suspect, these days, but certainly not lacking in keenness. Anyway, takes the cap off and exposes his head to the elements.
They've used him sparingly today, haven't they, Roo?
They have. It's interesting. He's 5 overs, none for 30, so he's more expensive than usual. Cork Harlequins have.
I think because Harbinger went for a few in his opening spell, that I think they're half thinking, are we just going to go through with spin for the rest of the innings? Although I know that Frankie has two or three overs left. Yeah,
it's a flat ball, well fielded there at mid wicket, flicked away by Ishan. But as we speak, Frankie into the game. Dot ball to start. Siddiqui's new spell. Through and around, left arm. Oh, Shivam has really wanted to get a hold of that. He hasn't got all of it.
Won't go all the way.
Running down the pitch, getting a lot of bottom hand into it, slicing it over mid wicket, and Nabil, I think that is at mid on, runs around and keeps it to 2. Oh, that's a short ball. He's whipped it away again. They're looking for 2, and they'll easily make it. Deep square leg, does the hard yards, coming around the boundary, picking it up. Short ball, whipped his wrist through it. Kicked up again. There's definitely a bit of extra bounce in this pitch now, and they're bringing a man across from short third into the leg side. So Siddiqui planned clearly to bowl stump to stump here, and Shivam won't mind that. Strong through the leg side. Oh, he's done well there.
Sorry, the shot was that.
He's run down the pitch. Siddiqui saw him, I presume, fired a Yorker out wide, and Shabam's managed to get his wrist somehow through that ball to drag it to long or to mid off for a dot. Oh, it's good fielding there, or good keeping rather. Fired down the leg side, clipped a bit of the pad, and could easily have gone for 4 leg buys, but Cormac Hassett behind the stumps. Padless, no pads. I think he just wears little shin guards or something like that.
Mid on and mid off now are gone out to the boundary. Long on, long off.
It's almost like death bowling at the moment for Siddiqui, really firing it into the pitch. Now, this is interesting. They have 2 mid wickets. Oh, they were talking about sending back one of them to the boundary, but of course there's 4 men out. You can only have that many. So, continues just with 4 out. It's a slower ball. Oh, and it's cut it away behind square, and I think this is going to make it to the boundary here, and it does. To the 3rd man boundary, down towards the tennis courts. It's well played by Shivam. Good finish to the over for Cork Harlequins.
They had just moved the man out of there.
For exactly that, to cut off on the leg side, and I don't think Siddiqui will be happy with himself there.
It's 11 overs to go. Cork Harlequins, I would suggest, should be looking for plus 250. From this stage,
I think, look, 70 off the last 10 will bet them up to 250 odds. So, that's what the minimum they'll be hoping, I think. It looks like 250 is about par here on this wicket today. It doesn't look like it done an awful amount. Now, they didn't use the seamers very much, so Cork Harlequins have 3 or 4 there that'll be keen for an outing on this pitch.
Speaking of seamers, I think Harbinger will come back into the attack.
I think this will suit Brandon. I think he'll be happy to have a bit of pace to work with here. Might just be feeling the length of his innings here. 76 off 98. He's not had a lot of strike recently, which has not harmed Cork Harlequins at all, because Shivam has really kicked on, and as you say, bit of seam back in with Harbinder Singh. Bowled 6 overs so far. It's expensive, 45 runs, 7.5 and over, but they know they've got to get a wicket from somewhere here, otherwise they will be chasing a big total, Cork County. Oh, and it's left alone. Brandon walking across, watching it carefully, and I think that Harbinder will be quite happy with that start. Nice little loosener for him, outside off stump. Short run up, gentle. Oh, it's well bowled, nice Yorker.
Dug out there by Kruger.
I think that Brandon at some point here is going to turn it on and look to skip up a gear. Perhaps thinking last 10. At the moment he's played the anchor role, which he's been very effective at. It's 2 dots though to start the 40th over. Harbinder starting well. Shot. Crunching cover drive.
Now he starts to motor. He's looking for 2.
Oh, pushing hard, and it's good running. Very good running. Kruger knew early there that the 2 was on. He hit that quite square. Cover had to come round and in to collect the ball, and that's 2 runs. Seems that a bit of food being delivered here. A couple of lads congregating around what looks to be a takeaway.
Happy days.
It's a good day for it. Set out in the park. Harbinder up to the crease again. Quite tall action as well. Got a little bit of shape early doors. I mean, the ball won't be swinging now. These balls have tended to lose their shape quite quickly. Much like the Dukes.
What type of balls have they been using?
I'm actually not sure. I think it's the readers, but
yeah.
I not being a seamer, it generally doesn't bother me.
Yeah.
Once the seam is all right, but the seamers, yeah, they like it nice hard.
Have you bowled much over this season?
I've taken about 5 wickets, I think, for not many.
Right, very good.
Plying a new trade with some off spin, and that's
have
a
you
dot
been
ball.
Developing that over the last few years, have you?
Not really. It's just it's easier to bowl than leg spin when you're not training. And there were 1 or 2 rather chastening overs early on in the season, which convinced me that
time to
put the leg spin away for a little while.
Yeah.
Harbinder, good over, just 2 from it so far, taking them into the last power play. It's a Yorker. Oh, it's hit a foothold, but they run through quickly for a single. Oh, the Kruger wanted extra run there.
I potentially don't think they would have got that back.
No, I don't think they would have made it. But Joe, I'm going to leave you here for the last 10.
Thank you very much, Roo. Thank you for joining me.
My pleasure.
Yeah, been brilliant to see you, and you're very good at commentating. You'll have to get you back
yeah, sure. I
sometime.
don't mind talking, Joe.
No, you
it's
don't.
hard to shut me up.
No, it's true.
All right, thanks,
Thank
Joe.
you so much, Ruan Jones there. Thank you for his company and the commentary over the last 20 overs or so. He goes back to his teammates. So we're down to the last 10 overs, the kind of business end of the innings. Cork Harlequins will be looking for another 70 runs off the last 10. Siddiqui continues from the Mardyke Road end. Apologies. Brandon Kruger on strike. They just passed that 50 partnership. It's a good partnership again by Cork Harlequins. Kruger goes on the back foot and defends that ball. This time he tries to do a cover drive, but it only finds the captain of Cork County, Ross Jurity. Well flighted ball there by Siddiqui. Again, same shot, same result. Fielded by Ross Jurity. Couple of shouts there by the Cork County players to urge their team on. Hit the top of Kruger's hit this time. Good effort now by Siddiqui. No runs off his over so far. And it's a fine battle going on between Kruger and Siddiqui here at the Mardyke. Go through a few scores around the grounds after the end of this over. It's like a wide ball there. Kruger tried to attempt to sweep that. Missed it, but it'll go for a wide. That one is shorter and a bit quicker. Kruger and Siddiqui finishes up with a dot. Good over there, just the single off it. Cork County have fought tooth and nail to get back into this game, and despite not taking many wickets, they have bowled extremely well in the last 15-20 overs. Harbinger Singh now coming back on. He's bowled 7 overs for 48. Shivam Kinsey will face him for the first time this afternoon. The wind picks up here. Gazebo kind of rocking around. Shivam on one drives that off one knee. Hits the foothold. Kruger now, 79 off 110 balls. He'll be looking to stay here for the rest of the innings. Anchor it. This time he plays that out to Ross Doherty for no run. That one is short this time. That's pulled away by Kruger. Or Francois Fields for a single. It's been a while now since a boundary ball. Cork Harlequins will be acutely aware of that. As Shivam takes a couple of steps down the wicket, drives that to deep mid on for a run. Harbinger has been bowling far better since he's come back on in this spell. This is his third spell now. And that one is driven sweetly by Brandon Kruger. He doesn't move, he knows it's gone for a boundary. A welcome boundary by Cork Harlequins. And Kruger moves to 84. One ball left in Harbinger's over now. That looked like a full toss, and it's a gone for a boundary, and it's also a no ball. Kruger cashes in on that one there. What will Harbinger do with this no ball now? Bowls out a bit full. Kruger cashes in with just a single. That's the end of the over. 197 for 3 off 42 overs. Brandon Kruger on 89. Shivam Kisley on 31. Siddiqui will bowl his 8th over now. Looking down through the bowlers, Francois still has 7 overs to go, but Harbinger has 2. Nabil has 6. Siddiqui bowling now his 8th over. We'll have 2 left remaining after this one. And there's an appeal for an LBW, and it's given. Fantastic ball by Siddiqui. And fair play to a lot of the Cork County guys who shake hands with Brandon Kruger. A fantastic 89 off 115 balls, 11 fours and 1 6. Strike rate of 77. Fortunately for him, his time he has to depart. I'm sure he'll get a good round of applause by his teammates, which he does. He's done a fantastic job today for the team. And this will bring the captain, Matthew Brewster, to bat. 197 for 4 now. Siddiqui picks up his first of the afternoon. He's bowled very well. Five balls remaining in this over. Big step by Brewster to defend that ball. Just one outside the ring now. Deep extra cover. It's a bit shorter this time. Brewster flicked that out to the square leg for a single. Gets him off the mark. Brings Shivam on strike. Shivam will have to take up responsibility now of being the lead batter. Probably just to see the team all the way to the 50th over. Huge shot there by Shivam. Beats backwards, square. May go all the way. Doesn't look to. And doesn't go all the way, but they will pick up 3 runs. And hear from the applause in the background. That's the 200 up for Cork Harlequins. Six wickets in hand now. They'll be looking to up that run rate a bit. And he's bowled. Brewster went on the back foot and he's bowled. Middle stump by that man again. Siddiqui can't keep him out of the game. A 5th wicket gone now. That'll bring Senan Jones into play as he wanders out to the crease. Cork Harlequins would want to be a bit careful here now. They were motoring along well and they need to be positive if they want to get to that 250 mark. But if they keep losing wickets, you're looking at 220, 230 maybe off the last 7 overs. So 1 ball remaining in Siddiqui's over. He's ticked up 2 big wickets now in the space of 5 balls. Good comeback here by Cork County. They've bowled tidily since the 20-odd over. And that's the end of the over. So 201 for 5 off 43 overs. Let's go to a few scores around. Clear Currency Irish National Cup, North County 121 for 4 off 27 overs. Eddie Richardson's on 63. I think it's Andrew Sheridan's on 22. In Munster, UC Clonmel were bowled out for 148 against Cork Harlequins thirds. Sherrod, 6 overs, 3 for 17. And Merle Cahapola, the captain, 5 overs, 3 for 25 were the pick of the bowlers for Cork Harlequins, while Mohammed Shoaib made 76 and Subesh made 25 for the home side. Shivam goes back and this may beat the fielder, and it's gone for a boundary. A good start by Shivam. As Harbinger continues into his 9th over. Shivam moves to 38. This time Shivam again drives that one, and it's well fielded. They'll come back for 2. Shivam seems to be looking to get motoring now, with only 6.60 and a half overs to go. And a good better ball there by Harbinger. Shivam again looked to drive that ball, but he defends that. Kind of trapped the ball. That one will be deemed wide by umpire Kumar. That one is in the air. It could be taken. Oh, and it's palmed over. It'll go for 6 runs. I think he's palmed it over. Yeah, and it's a risky shot there by Shivam. The fielder had it. I think you saw it on the top right hand corner of your screen, and he kind of palmed it over. He was very unfortunate by the fielder there. No, nevertheless, it's 6 runs. Shivam Kizze moves to 46. This time he tries to whip it away, but mistimes the ball. So 1 ball remaining in Harbinger's over. Costly one here. 13 off it so far. This time Shivam drive that one out to the mid-wicket region for a single. It's the end of the over. Good over for Cork Harlequins. They go 215 for 5 off 44. Elsewhere, also in Division 2, the MCU leagues, Limerick Blasters are 172 for 4 off 29 against Middleton. I think the NV play is probably stopped there. And in the Oyster Oval in Tralee, County Kerry have made a bit of a recovery and are 121 for 8 off 43 overs. I suspect that's not enough for today. Looking for roughly 200 down on that ground. And it's a change in bowling. Siddiqui will come off from the Mardyke end. And Nabil Anjum, swapping ends again, will resume from the Mardyke end. Nabil 6 overs, none for 24. Pretty economical. Going at just 4 and over. 6 overs remaining now. Be interesting to see, will they use Francois again? 3 overs remaining. Kisley looking to whip that away. Misjudges it. Good ball there by Nabil. He's 3 shy now of his 50. That's hit in the air. It may be taken. And it's taken by Siddiqui. Fortunately for Shivam, his day has come to an end. Caught on 47 of 43 balls at 5 fours and 1 6. Can't keep that man Siddiqui out of the action all day. Also having picked up 2 wickets today. And a nice round of applause there for Shivam. This will bring Kieran O'Reilly to the crease. So Jones just flicks that off the pad for a single. And Kieran O'Reilly will face his first ball the afternoon. O'Reilly looks to drive that from the goal, looking to be aggressive and positive, but just misses it. It's well bowled by Nabil. This time O'Reilly gets bat to ball. No run. Bit of a slower delivery this time, and O'Reilly just drives that down to mid-off, where Sunil Gautam is fielding. It's for a single, and that ends the over. A good over there by Nabil, who picks up his first wicket of the afternoon. Good catch taken by Siddiqui. Had to run about 10-15 yards to take that catch, which got Shivam Kisley dismissed on 47. So we did chat about when he was going to when the skipper was going to use Francois, and Francois is coming back into the attack. He's 3 overs remaining. Little chat there between the both umpires, taking off the number of overs each bowler has bowled. Nearly ready now again, as Francois takes his mark. There's a few bits of adjustment. Brings mid off up. 1, 2, 3, 4. 5 outside. No slip in place for the seamer now. Going to the end of the innings. So O'Reilly will face up here, and O'Reilly misses. Looked to half caught it, or, well, he's going through a stroke now, saying I should have driven that one. So dot ball. This time he does drive it, and oh, it's spilled by Sunil Gautam. Unlucky there. He was diving to his right. Great effort. He was unfortunate. I think he might have hurt his fingers there as he was trying to dive for that ball. But he looks to be okay, the young man. So O'Reilly will get off strike. And a quick single there by Jones. Bit of a fumble in the mid wicket. 219 for 6. I think Cork Harlequins will be thinking they're a little bit under par here. Should have been targeting about 250. Still a couple of overs left. This time they will go for the quick single, but there is a chance of a run out, but again it's fumbled by the fielder. 220 now. Partnership of 5. Field well spread at this stage. Bowling a Yorker like delivery, but that is caught away by Jones for a single. Straight batting to the gloves of keeper Cormac Hassett. This pair now just rotating the strike around, looking to get as many quick singles as they can. Again, a fuller ball by Francois that's thrown back in quickly to Hassett. And that'll be the end of the over. Just 4 off it. 221 for 6 of 46 overs. Meanwhile, in Leinster, just refresh the page. Yeah, in Leinster, the other game ongoing at the moment is North Kildare 110 for 7 of 42.4 overs. That's in the Championship. And in the Premiership, Premier League, Pembroke are 133 for 4 off 29.3 overs. Wonder if there's a bit of rain up in Dublin. And that's against Balbriggan. Merioner on a good score, 224 for 7 off 44.5 against the Hills. Malahide. They look to sweep that. I wonder if that came off the pad. So that's actually a run. There's nothing off the pad there, despite the half appeal by Nabil and the keeper. Kieran now faces Nabil. And Kieran, just kind of a test match status, just goes down and just defends the ball with his pad. I don't think he offered a shot. Surely that was a dead ball. No shot on offer there. And he tries to cut that, an unusual shot, and Jones is stretching and he will get in. This time he tries to sweep that one. Doesn't get back to ball. Another dot ball. Good bowling here by Nabil. Just 28 runs off his 7.4 overs. Again, Jones misses out. Slower one this time by Nabil, and that's deemed as a wide. All runs are crucial now at this stage in the game. And defended by Senan Jones to end the over. Just 3 off it. A very good over again by Nabil. Just 29 runs with 1 wicket off his 8 overs. The 9. Francois will bowl his 9th over now. Just 3 overs remaining. But the Cork County have been bowling quite well. They've the field spread, so they're just trying to limit Cork Harlequins to singles, and they'll be happy with singles. It's going to be difficult for these pair. Lord order batsmen. Kieran Riley just takes a quick single. Brings Jones on strike. Might hear a bit of a noise. The rope hitting the flagpole in the wind. And he's deemed LBW. Thought that might have been going down leg, but umpire Kumar thinks differently. Another wicket falls for Cork Harlequins. O'Reilly suggested that it might have been a little bit of height as well, but he's not the umpire, and the umpire says, no, you're out, on you go, son. So Francois picks up his 3rd wicket of the afternoon. And looks like Jack Buss is coming to the crease now. Jackbots etches it centre stump there. Bit of dust comes off the wicket. Oh, that's another catch. Cotton bowled. Fantastic cotton bowl there by Francois. He'll collect his second wicket in a row. That's 8 down now for Cork Harlequins. They were in a strong position earlier on, but now the wheels have kind of fallen off. Great bit of bowling there by Francois and fielding off his own bowling. And that ends Jack Buss. He hit that kind of uppish. Francois didn't have to deviate that much. It was a bit too straight there for Jack Buss. So now we have Max Egan comes to the crease. Francois on a hat-trick ball here. He's had 4 wickets today. Egan defends that. So unlucky to Francois. Would have been good for him to get that hat-trick ball. "14 balls remaining in this innings. It's kind of fell away a bit in the last 10 overs for Cork Harlequins. This time Max Egan drives this one. And he gets off the mark. Brings Kieran O'Reilly on strike. Just 1 ball remaining now. The wide third man is being brought up into the ring now. I think they're going to try and give Kieran O'Reilly the single. He defends that, but he still takes a quick single there. Good running by these two. That ends the 48th over. Cork Harlequins at 227 for 8. Ball will be thrown back to Nabil, who'll continue. He's got 2 overs remaining. They'll hit the pad and they'll pick up a single. No one was going for the ball. Both the bowler and the wicketkeeper thought either one of them was going for it, and in the end no one did. They turned their back on the ball. And they'll have a quick chat with each other, 2 batsmen. They're not giving it. Attempted stumping there 2 balls ago by Cormac Hassett. He was really convinced, but no Square leg umpire deemed it not out, and another dot ball. This time, Max Egan will pull that away out into the deep. They'll just get a single for it. So just 2 off this over so far. 2-9 for 8 now. Nabil pushes one of the fielders out to Cow. Don't think Kieran will hit the shots out there. Tries to drive that through cover, but skipper Ross Stewart, he feels that well. So we're coming into the final over of this innings, and Francois will bowl the last over. 9 overs, 2 maidens, 18 for 4. Just an economy of 2 today. He's been fantastic bowling. Delighted with his day's work. Egan will try and drive that, but can't well get up to the pace of the ball yet. He wouldn't be used to facing the speed of Francois. He settles himself now. Francois runs in and pulls out. It's been an interesting game, this. Bit of a slower ball by Francois. Good bowling here. Yep, it's been an interesting game. Cork Harlequins started slowly, then they had a good partnership of about 110 between Ryan Joyce and Brandon Kruger. Once Ryan went, the Kruger continued with Shivam Kilsey. That's caught away by Egan, just for a single. 3 balls remaining now. And then the last 10, 15 overs, there've been a fall of wickets for not many runs, where Cork Harlequins at one stage were looking for 250, 260. They're now looking at about 231, 232 off only a couple of runs, I reckon, off the last few balls. So a good comeback. The middle overs were very good for Cork County, and a fantastic bowling. Slower ball there by Francois, deceived O'Reilly. A little bit under par here now. Cork Harlequins will have to bowl well should they want to win this game. That one's a bit of a full toss for O'Reilly. They'll look for 2. For Egan, and it's a run out. A direct hit there by Sunil. Fantastic fielding there by the young man. And he gets high fives from his teammate. It's the final ball of the day for Cork Harlequins, and they run back here. There will be a run out, definitely, and the bails are whipped off. out. Cormac has it this time. So O'Reilly falls, and it was Cormac Castle who whipped the bails off. And that's it. End of the innings. 230 all out in the last ball. Round of applause there by the Cork Harlequins faithful to Kieran O'Reilly. And that's the end of the innings. Fantastic comeback there by Cork County. And as they have a little chat before they go in for lunch, I'll just quickly go through some scores going on before I have mine. And just looking there at the Clear Currency Irish National Cup, North County are 147 for 7. Of 35 overs. In Munster, Clonmel were bowled out for 148 and Cork Harlequins are 29 for 2 off 5 overs. Limerick Blasters are 199 for 6 off 33.5 overs versus Middleton. Kerry made 177 for 8 off their 50 overs. So, and in Leinster, quickly, in the other championship match, North Kildare 131 for 8 off 46.2 overs. And in the Premier League, Premiership, you have Pembroke are 158 for 5 off 34.4, reduced overs in that game, 48 overs. And that's against Balbriggan. Merrion are 239 for 8 off 48.1 overs. Against the Hills, YMCA are 12 without loss off 3.3, chasing 97 against Malahide. And Clontarf, I think, are off for rain because they've only 112 for 4 off 26.5 overs versus Phoenix. So, that's the state of play. Cork Harlequins made 230, and when you come back after the break, or 233. 232, sorry, apologies, and revise that total there. Just noticed that they've given 2 extra runs there during the 2 run-outs because they were coming back for singles. That edit the target. Cork County will be chasing 233 runs for victory. So in about 25 minutes, please rejoin me there. And thank you, and have a bit of lunch. We'll talk to you soon. So, welcome back to the Mardyke. Obviously, I've had issues with the bandwidth. Might come in and out a little bit for the afternoon, so apologies for that. So, what you've missed, Ross Stewart. Bowling was Senan Jones, bowling good line and length. And third over, he finally got Joubert, caught by Matthew Brewster. Ismat is running in now for his second over. Ross Stewart there in the first over. And once it's resolved, I'll come back on. So I think we're stable on the stream now. Thank you for being patient. 14 for 1 off 6 overs. Slow start by Cork County. But they're dogged, and Captain Ross Stewart leading from the front. Taking a single there off the last ball, off a misfield by the Harlequins player. And you have Senan Jones coming into his 4th over now, bowling quite economically, just 6 off his 3 overs with 1 wicket. Ross defending that. So again, apologies. Stream is in and out for the last hour or so. I hope I fixed it. It's actually a bit of potluck, really. I just turned off the internet, turned it back on again. So no science behind it because I haven't a clue. Let's defend it again by Ross. Encouragement from his players behind me at the pavilion. Sun creeping through the clouds now into the autumn sunshine. Coming up to 4:15 Irish time. Cork time, we'll call it. Ross looking to work that away out to square. Another dot ball by Jones. He's been bowling quite well. Troubled Ross in the first over. A couple of edges. One put down in the slip. Third slip there. Third slip there. Great attempt by Adam Hickey. Very unlucky. This time umpire Kumar deems that a wide. Cork County require 218 for victory today now. Ross goes on the back foot, defends that one. Another dot ball. Quite a similar start here between this innings and the Cork Harlequins innings. Losing a wicket in the first 5 overs. And his partner on the non-striker is Sunil Gautam, a regular with the Cork County team, young player, very good prospect for County. Lovely shot there by Ross. Cuts that out towards the boundary for 4 runs. That's the end of the 7th over. 19 for 1. Sunil and Ross having a chat out there. The elder statesman. You might not like me calling him that, but he's the elder statesman out in that partnership. As Matola will continue from the Mardyke Road end. Few people coming into the ground now. Left hand, right hand combination. Ross being the left handed player out there. Elsewhere in the Irish National Cup final, Tirranur are 19 for 2 off 6.5. Target is 148 against North County. Should be a good, interesting game. Sunnell goes for the quick single, and he gets it. Good running between these two. Elsewhere, Cork Harlequins are 120 for 4, the thirds, off 16.1 overs, chasing 148 against Clonmel. Limerick Blasters made 259 for 7. I take it Middleton aren't doing the NV play, so we don't know the score there. It's well defended by Ross. Classical defence. In the Premier League, County Kerry made 177 off their 50 overs, and Limerick are 28 for 1 off 7, so not bad going by Kerry. A bit of a weakened team, I've been told today. And there's a no ball, front foot no ball. Ross digs that out and will take the single. So the field can change now as the Cork County took a single, and they'll spread the field a bit deeper. Slips are all coming out. So it's a free hit here. And Esmat gets a single off that ball. Well hit by Sunnell. He moves to 3. Ross hits that one back to square, where Ryan Joyce is fielding. Takes a few steps back to field that ball, anticipating maybe a bobble or ball coming up towards his face. This is for dot ball, so 1 remaining in this over. Well, that's a short pitch delivery. Ross kind of anticipated. He came down the track and well left in the end by him. That's the end of the 8th, 23 for 1. So earlier on, Cork Harlequins made 232. Give the old scorecard there now. So Ruan Jones was caught in slip by Siddiqui, bowled off Francois for 3. Adam Hickey was bowled by Francois again for 12, but 1-4 as Jones continues. First ball is a dot. Ryan Joyce and Brandon Cougar had a good partnership of about 110. Ryan was bowled by Dermot Carey for 48 off 66 balls for 7 fours. Brandon Kruger went LBW to Siddiqui for 89. Excuse me, off 116 balls with 11 fours and 1 6. Shivan Kilsey scored 47 off 44 balls with 5 fours and 1 6. Senan Jones was LBW Francois for 4. Kieran O'Reilly was run out by Cormac Hassett for 6. Jack Buss was caught and bowled first ball for a duck by Francois. Maxis and Egan was run out by Sunil with a great throw from the deep for 3, and Esmat was not out. 17 extras, 232. So bowling wise, Francois 10 overs, 4 for 19, included 2 maidens. Harbinder Singh 9 overs, no maidens, none for 75, who was a bit expensive on the day. Nabil Anjum 9 overs, no maidens, 1 for 30. Siddiqui 8 overs, no maidens, 2 for 43. Ishan O'Sullivan, good day out bowling, 10 overs, 1 maiden, none for 39. And Dermot Cavery 4 overs, no maidens, 1 for 21. So 3-4 balls gone here. The Jones over, his 5th. Short pitch ball there by Jones. Gowton went on his tippy toes to defend that, and well defended by the young fellow. Should be a very good contest now. 2 equally matched teams. Had good battles this year. That one beats the edge. And that's a maiden. In the 9 overs gone now. 23 for 1. Cork County looking for 210 off 246 balls, with 9 wickets in hand. So I'll give you the teams there. If you're joining us, captain of Cork County, Ross Jurity, Joubert Pinar, Sunil Gautam, Siddiqui, Ishan O'Sullivan, Nabil Anjum, Dermot Carey, Abdul Gaffer, Francois, Cormac Hassett, the keeper, and Harbinder Singh. For Cork Harlequins, you've captain Matt Brewster, Jack Buss, Max Egan, Ryan Joyce, Brandon Kruger, Shivam Kisley, the keeper, Senan Jones, Rue Jones, Kieran O'Reilly, Adam Hickey, and Esmatullah Ibrahimi as Esmatullah continues. There's a bit of an edge onto the pad there by Ross Jurity. It's 2 slips now. They started off with 3 Cork Harlequins. That one's a bit shorter this time, fielded by Brewster. At mid-off. Oh, that's hit away. Just 1. Hit over the slips and gully. Three slips now coming into play for... Sorry, they've taken the slip out. It's like 2 slips, a gully, third man, deep third man, point, cover. I think another slip might be coming in. Another slip joins the slip cordon for Sunil. Sunil defends that into mid wicket. Just one on the leg for Cork Harlequins. That one's a bit shorter, and there's an appeal for a cut behind, and it's gone. I think it may have been his bat. It's going down leg. Sunil tried to put that away. Wasn't hit cleanly enough, and Shivam Kilsey takes a sharp catch down the leg side. Unfortunately, Sunil will have to go now. Good wicket to get for Cork Harlequins. Unfortunate for Sunil. He'll be thinking about, I can't play that shot that would have gone wide. And Cormac Hassett, Munster Reds player, joins his captain Ross Durrity. The fine batsman Cormac is. He'll be heading off there in 2 or 3 weeks off back to Australia to play his cricket during their summer. .24 for 2 off 9.5. Just one ball remaining in the power play. Cormac defends that first ball. And that's the end of the over and the power play. 24 for 2 off 10. A long way to go yet in this game. This Leinster Division 2, the Championship as it's called. Jones continues. Ross was looking to cut that shot there. Side pulled out of it at the last second. Jones has bowled 5 overs so far. You see Hassett there kicking the dust out of the way. Very dry out there now. It's been a lack of rain in Ireland over the last few weeks. Maybe the odd shower or two. Probably we all need a good dose of rain at this stage. Ross goes on the back foot, defends, tries to punch that down the ground. Fielded by Matthew Brewster, captain of Cork Harlequins. Ross playing a careful game. He needs to anchor this innings today. 13 off 41 balls with 2 fours. This time the ball's cut off by third slip, Adam Hickey. No chance of a catch there. And rolled on the ground. Inside edge. This one's cut away over slip. It may go all the way. Yeah, and it's gone all the way, beating Esmat to the boundary. Good shot by Ross. Up and over. Well controlled by the captain of Cork County. He'll punch that down the ground just for a single. Caught off there by Jack Buss. Oh no, sorry, by Max Egan. That's the end of the 11th. 29 for 2. And looks to be the first change of the day for Cork Harlequins. Brandon Kruger will come on to bat. Will come on to bowl. Replacing Esmat Ibrahimihi. Ross looks to cut that away off Kruger's first ball. That's fielded by Senan Jones at point. Also bringing a 45 into play here as well. Sorry. Left there by Ross. Brandon Kruger has been bowling quite well of late. Got a call up to the Munster Reds. Had 1 over in a T20 match versus the Northern Knights. That time Ross goes back on the back foot. Tries to punch that away. Only into the arms of the bowler. Faster one there by Kruger. Fielded there by Jack Buss at the corner of your screen. Another dot. And that last ball is left by Ross Stewarty. And it's for maiden. First up for Brandon Kruger. Good start to his spell. And that last ball is left by Ross Stewart. And for maiden, first up for Brandon Kruger. Good start to his spell. So, Senan Jones will continue from the Riverlea end. He's bowled quite well, 6 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 16. So, Senan Jones will continue from the Riverlea end. He's bowled quite well, 6 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 16. That's left by Hassett. That's left by Hassett. And that's a beautiful shot. Straight past the fielder for a boundary by Hassett. Beautiful player, Hassett is. His timing is impeccable. And that's a beautiful shot. Straight past the fielder for a boundary by Hassett. Beautiful player, Hassett is. His timing is impeccable. Well left by Cormac. Senan has bowled 6.3 overs, 1 for 20. Good economy rate too. Elsewhere in the Irish National Cup, Terranura 52 for 2 off 13.1, make that 53 for 2 off 13.1, chasing 148 that North County got. A little bit of pace on offer there by Jones, like a parrot. And that one's in the air. It's who's going to take it? Oh, it's just dropped into no man's land. There was an opportunity there for Harlequins. Hassett replays that shot. He didn't get all of the power behind it, but he'll keep strike. That ends the 7th over from Jones. He's created a few opportunities today. 1 or 2 have been put down. One big appeal for caught behind at the start of his first over, first ball of the match. That the umpire deemed not out. That ends the 7th over from Jones. He's created a few opportunities today. 1 or 2 have been put down. One big appeal for caught behind at the start of his first over, first ball of the match. That the umpire deemed not out. Another dot ball by Kruger. A bit more loopy one this time. Hassett, the Munster Red player against Munster Red player here now. Defends the second delivery off Kruger. He comes down the track this time. Thinks differently to just try and hit him. Kruger saw him coming. On the back foot, defends. Some good bowling on view here now by Brandon Kruger. Keeping these batsmen at bay. And again, varying his lengths and pace. Squeaky bum time. Keeping that. Hassett will take 2 off Kruger this time. End of the over. 36 for 2 off 14. Interesting game going on up in Clonmel, where Clonmel were bowled out for 148, for Cork Harlequins are now 134 for 8 off 22 overs, with John Buss and Mike Higgins into bat, not known for their batting qualities. Yeah. Interesting to note that with those 8 wickets, both Babar Ali, who's bowling his last over in the 40 over game, has 4 for 37, and Mohammed Shoaib Khan, he's got 4 for 37 as well off his 8 overs. So fantastic bowling there by Clonmel. Might be too little too late, but who knows. Elsewhere, County Kerry in the Premier made 177 for 8. Limerick are 62 for 2 off 12 overs. Back to the game here. Change of bowling. We'll have Captain Matthew Brewster onto the field. And fantastic fielding there by Esmat to save a certain boundary. He checked his legs as he was going over the boundary, and his feet didn't touch outside the boundary. So fantastic fielding by the young man. Brings Ross onto 20 off 51 balls. Saying bye-bye to a couple of parents. There's an appeal for an LBW, and it's given. Ross went on the back foot there. He's not happy. He looks back at the umpire, shakes his head. Was there a bit of an inside edge there? Keeps staring at the umpire, shakes his head. But unfortunately for Ross, he had to go. He played well to play himself in. And it's the 3rd wicket that falls for Cork County. LBW by Matthew Brewster. Good change to bring himself on. So Ishan O'Sullivan will come on to bat now. So the young man Ishan joins Cormac Hassett. Fine leg is brought up into the ring, just next to the square leg umpire. And there's a field swap was Jack Buss swaps with Kieran O'Reilly. Jack drops down to deep third man. Brewster comes in. And Ishan gets off the mark as he guides that one down between second slip and gully for a single. Brings Cormac Hassett on strike. Bit of a swing and a miss there by Cormac. Good battle starting to begin between Brewster and Hassett. Hassett does a little bit of gardening. And again, he beats the bat this time. It's a good over there by Brewster. Just 3 coming off it with 1 wicket. Kruger will continue from the Mardyke walk end. So Cork County are 39 for 3 of 15 overs, requiring another 194 runs with 7 wickets in hand. Long way to go yet, but they certainly need a partnership. They're hoping it begins now. Kruger just wipes his hand, gets any bit of moisture off his hands. Get some revs on that ball. O'Sullivan just plays that into mid-wicket where Senan Jones lies in waiting. And that one's hit over square leg. This will race away. Will it be a boundary? Yeah, and it races away. Nice looking shot there by Ishan O'Sullivan. It was a bit shorter. That ball. Spinner against spinner. Kruger had brought this deep square leg up into the ring, and Ishan capitalised on that. And there's a wide ball. They'll come back for 2. Good running by Ishan is the call. So 3 wides there. Well defended by Ishan. Ishan tries to square cut that one. It's out to point where Kieran O'Reilly is fielding. Throws that back to the keeper. Dot ball. That one edges onto the pads. They thought about appealing for an LBW. So just one ball to go in this over. He flights that one straight back into the hands of Brandon Kruger. And that ends the 16th over, 46 for 3. Run rate just about 2.88 and required run rate just hovering around 5.5. So no worries there for Cork County. Easy make that up in the next few overs. You can hear the wind is picking up at the Mardyke. A lovely day, calm. A few birds out there gliding in the wind, hovering above us. I think they're seagulls. Brewster continues from the river lee end. And Hassett, very careful, watchful, defends that, head over the ball. Just lets this one go by now this time. That's a massive shot by Cormac Hassett, and the first 6 maximum for Cork County of the day. It's heading straight for the tennis courts, but luckily they have a net up there which stops the ball going onto the courts. This time that's edged by Hassett. Well fielded by Esmatullah for a single. Cork County move past 50. One ball remaining in this 17th over. And that's well defended by Ishan O'Sullivan, who's played well now today. He had a great bowling spell earlier on, and he seemed to be pretty confident out there with the bat. In the Clear Currency Irish National Cup final, Terranure are 70 for 3 off 17.1. Or Grosvenor is 31 and Liam Harris is 3, requiring 148. Good contest that. Elsewhere, Cork Harlequins require 11 runs off 14 overs with 2 wickets remaining against Clonmel. Limerick Middleton are 42 for 1 off 8 overs. And what a sweep shot there by Cormac Hassett. But only that goes straight into gully where Adam Hickey fields. Top run. He hits that again straight down the ground to long on where Jack Buss fields. And that's caught and bowled by Brandon Cougar. Unfortunate for Ishan. He just played that back. His head was up when he was hit that shot. Played that back to Cougar, and another wicket falls for Cork County. Ishan had done all the hard work. Unfortunately, he has to go. So it's Francois that comes out to bat, the Cork County professional. This pair, Francois and Cormac, have played before in Australia, and I think they will do so again this year in a month or two's time. So two left-handers at the crease now, as Frankie defends his first ball. Bit of a short ball this time. That goes through the fielder, which is Matthew Brewster. Looked to have hurt himself. I think it hit his inside of his thigh. It can be nasty ball travelling that quick. So he's walking around. We'll walk that off. Bit of pain. But one played on the back foot by Cormac, and that ends the over. Successful over for Brandon Kruger. 2, 3, 4 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 11. Matthew Brewster starting his third over now. That's driven sweetly by Francois, picking up a single. Max Egan fielding. The right-hander, I said left-hander, but he's the right-hander, Cormac Hassett. Will be on strike now. just one slip now. Rue Jones in first slip. Or second slip, sorry. Bit of an effort ball there by Brewster. And Hassett just guides that down to Jack Buss. Again, I've said it before, need to get a partnership going here. These two experienced players might be just the pair that can do that for Cork County. Francois tries to push that through on the offside. It's cut off by Adam Hickey. And no ball is called. Front foot no ball. That'll bring Cormac Hassett. On to strike for the no ball for the free hit. 4 fielders will go out automatically. And he strikes that with beautiful shot for a 6. Beautiful striking there by Cormac Hassett, and he gets the applause that he deserves. Bit of poor bowling there by Matthew Brewster. 65 for 4 now. Hassett hits his second 6 of the afternoon. That one this time goes down leg, and it's deemed a wide by umpire Kumar. This time, oh, brilliant fielding by Adam Hickey. That was going to be a certain boundary ball, but just gets his fingers to it. Hassett gets off strike with a single. He moves to 23 off 28. They will look for 2 here. Francois beat the fielders, and they'll easily get 2. Good over here by Cork County. 10 off at this time. Current run rate hovering around 3.63. Required run rate is 5.29. Brewster may look to change. Bring on another spinner maybe. Kruger comes into his 5th over. Hassett defends that one on the back foot. Very watchful of his Munster Reds teammate, Brandon Kruger. And again, but this time he may beat the fielder for a boundary. And that's well stopped again by Adam Hickey. A short fine leg. He raced all the way back down to the boundary. It's just 2 runs now. Hassett began to motor a bit here. He took his time at the start. And now he's hitting runs at will. Hassett, or Kruger, pushes him back this time. He's mixing up his lengths. This time Hassett advances down to long on for a single. It's the end of the over, just 3 off it. 72 for 4 off 20. And yeah, Brewster has taken himself off and will bring Ruan Jones. We had Ruan earlier on commentating. He said that he changed from leggies to offies. So let's see what he can do. He said offies was easier than leggies. Who starts with a short one that's defended by Hassett. Again, another short one. Jones has yet to find his length. It hasn't been punished yet. This one is a better one, but attempted run out there by Bus. Will bring Francois onto strike. Partnership of 19 now. Nice partnership developing. Francois on 5 off 6. While Cormac is 27 off 38. Cork County requiring 160 runs. Better length ball there by Jones. Fielded by Esmat. Out by the square leg. And that one's well hit by Francois. Down the ground for a single. That's the end of the over, 21st over. 74 for 4. The rebuilding process has begun for Cork County. Kruger will continue from the Mardyke walk end. Lovely day here down in the Mardyke. 5:15 Irish time, Cork time, sorry. That one is short, and that's well hit by Francois. Could have been deflected by Kruger. Hassett had to jump back into his crease. This time, Frankie tries to reach for that ball, gets kind of an under edge. And he goes to Senan Jones in cover. And another kind of edge. Only fielded by Max Egan there in the gully region. Kruger probing away here, looking for that breakthrough to break this partnership. And he feels really well off his own bowling. Acrobatic stuff here. Good leave by Francois. Straight into the arms of Shivam Kisley. And that's the end of the over. A maiden over for Brandon Kruger. His second maiden of the evening now. 6 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 14. Good return. I think Cork County will be happy to see him go. Rue Jones comes back on for his second over. Better looking ball there by Jones. Hassett jumps back, defends that one. That one's a bit slower this time. A quick single. We race back to the keep. Thrown back to the keeper, but good running between these two. Brings Francois on strike. That one's short. It's pulled away. Goes down one knee. They will look for 2. And they'll get 2. Kruger was fielding right in front of me here. Kind of fell. Nice looking shot that. Kruger holding his cheek. May have pulled something in his cheek. And this time he goes again, down on one knee for a single. Hassett is such an important player for Cork County. He needs to be there at the end. Should he be there, they should get over the line. Francois defends this one. And that's the end of the 23rd over. 79 for 4. Cork County require 154 runs now of 27 overs. A required rate of 5.7. Plenty of time yet. 2 overs now till drinks. Elsewhere in Munster, Cork Harlequins have scraped over the line on that Division 2 match, winning by 1 wicket. Middleton Thirds earned 61 for 2 off 12.5. Must have started pretty late there today. Chasing 259 for 7. Run rate at 7.33, so tall order there for Middleton. It's against Limerick Blasters. In the Oyster Oval, County Kerry, who made 177 all out, or for 8. Limerick are 81 for 2 off 21.1. And the only few games that are around today. Into the attack, it comes Adam Hickey from the Mardyke walk end. Begins with a dot ball to Cormac Hassett. This time, Hassett tries to guide that through the gully region. Better length ball there. Hassett drives that down the ground. It's fielded by Matthew Brewster, just for a single. This pair comfortable now, rotating the strike. Nothing flash on offer. 2 experienced players have been here before. Know how to play the game well. Know how to build a partnership. Francois leaves that one outside off into the gloves of keeper Keesley. That one's a bit shorter, and Francois will pull that one, but it's well fielded by Brandon Kruger. Great fielding there. One ball remaining now in Adam Hickey's first over. 81 for 4 off 23.5. That one's driven down the ground to long on, where Jack Buss fields. Ball is thrown back to, will be thrown back to the umpire. And one more over to go before drinks. And a drop catch there by Kieran O'Reilly. He was so unlucky. He had it in his hands, but as he was diving, he let it go. He'll be disappointed with that one. That would have been a crucial wicket just before drinks. Hassett knows it. Spinner is creating a few chances here. Francois goes on the back foot for the second time. Defends that. Will that be a crucial drop there by Cork Harlequins when it comes to the end of the day's play? Only time will tell. Francois gets off strike, brings Hassett back on. He may think twice about going down on one knee this time. This time he just strikes that lovely looking strike down the ground where Ryan Joyce fields. One ball now to go before drinks. Just 2, 3, 4 outside the ring. And Hassett safely negotiates the last ball. And that's drinks now. 85 for 4 off 25 overs, and I'll take a drink myself. Stay tuned, we'll be back in 5 minutes. So welcome back here to the Mardyke. Adam Hickey will continue. And Hassett begins to show intent. Smashes that ball away for 4. I think the skipper may have had a word with them at drinks. They need to up that run rate now, hovering 5.8. See what Hickey's response is. A bit shorter this time. Push back to the bowler. This time they look to take a single. Jones fields. No run. In the tell you what's going on in the National Cup final. Another dot ball by Hassett. Terranur 87 for 4. Grosvenor's on 42 and Cotter's on a nothing off 6. A good feeling there by Max Egan. Hassett played off his hip. Will take a single. Brings Francois on strike. 9 off 22 balls here for Francois. Stretches to that one. There's no run there. It's the end of the 26th over. 90 for 4. Cork County chasing another 143 runs off nearly a run a ball off 144 deliveries. So elsewhere, play still going on in Middleton in Croker's Oval. As Middleton now are 68 for 4, chasing 259 against Limerick Blasters. It's a good looking shot there, guided by Hassett. Goes straight back to the bowler. Hassett moves to 41. Easy single there for Francois. Happy just to stroke these balls around at the moment. No pressure on the batsman. Partnership of 38. They won't mind the run rate currently. Hassett being the more aggressive player here. Jones tried to field off his own bowling, just misses out. Ryan Joyce will clean up. Hassett moves to 42. Beats the bat this time, Jones. Defended again by Frankie, as he's known in Cork County. And that ends the over with a dot. 27th over gone. 93 for 4. Run rate just above 6 now. First time in Cork County's innings. Required run rate, I mean. All very quiet out there in the outfield. One or two players trying to lift the Cork Harlequins fielders. A wicket would lift them completely as Hickey begins his third over. And Hassett just strokes that ball down the ground for a single. He's looking in fine form. Hasn't played many misstrokes, bar the one that could have ended his innings. It was a drop catch. Oh, an unusual bounce there. That forces Frankie to take evasive action and leave it in the end. That one is going to come out to me. I'll go for a boundary, a welcome boundary for Francois and for Cork County. That's his first of the afternoon. And Cork County move to 98 for 4. Nice looking shot there. That ends the 28th over. Cork County moved to 99, just one shy of that 100, requiring now 134 off 132 balls. That ends the 28th over. Cork County moved to 99, just one shy of that 100, requiring now 134 off 132 balls. Jones continues. There's an appeal for an LBW. Umpire Kurmar keeps his hand down. Frankie defends on the back foot. Partnership now of 45. And he'll take the quick single, picked up by Adam Hickey, thrown back into Rue Jones. At least one of these pair have to be there towards the end if Cork County want to win this game. Bit of a wild throw by Esmat for a single. That's well struck by Frankie. Fielded by Kieran O'Reilly. Could have been a lot more different had Kieran taken that catch. This pair happy now just to stroke the ball around, keeping an eye on that run rate, not letting it go too high. It's the end of the 29th over, 103 for 4. Elsewhere in the National Cup, Terranure 94 for 5, closing in on the 140 that they require to win it. Grosvenor now on 44, and Lynch has just come in. Eddie Richardson is bowling currently. Big crowd there in Pembroke. One of the Munster players from Cork Harlequins took 3 wickets, Zubair Hassan Khan, earlier for Terranure. Took Grassi, Eddie Richardson and John Boy. Yeah. Funny enough, it's played in the air. Just one bounce. Frankie paddles that one down to Kieran O'Reilly. Just for a single. Cormac Hassett moves to 47 with that drive down to long on, or mid on. Half an appeal for LBW by Senan Jones, wearing double caps today. More looks like Sherlock Holmes out there. It's flicked down. Thought that was a bit of pad, but no. Umpire deems it came off the bat. So 1 ball remaining in this over. Run rate slightly going in the wrong direction for Cork County. 6.25 now. Won't be too worried though. And that's well struck by Cormac Hassett and well fielded out there by captain of Cork Harlequins, Matthew Brewster. And that's the end of the 30th over. 108 for 4. Good recovery here by Cork County. Partnership of 54. Heard a little bit of applause there by the Cork County faithful. Rue Jones continues on to his 6th over. Defended there by Cormac Hassett, just too shy now of his 50. A well earned 50 for the young lad. It's a bit shorter this time, pushes Hassett back on the back foot. Question is, does Jones have a plan? And again. Spoke to him earlier on today and he said he had changed from being an offie to a leggy. Because he said it was easier. And on the bit of air this time. Well fielded by Jones off his own bowling. 4 dots now in a row. A little bit of pressure here now on Hassett. Will he go for the big shot to bring up that 50 in style? He sweeps that one. May go all the way, but that's well cut off by Adam Hickey. Just for a single. Right hand, left hand combination. No one likes fielding against them. It's a bit short. Just one off that over. Very economical. Going to have a change in the bowling. Looks like Ryan Joyce, medium pacer, will come on instead of replacing Adam Hickey. Joyce sets his field, checks, see how many he can have outside. 4 outside the ring. First ball, just hitting that wide line. Starts with a dot. No slip in place here. He's one of these bowlers that can create chances. This time it is wide. Goes down leg. Umpire Anson stretches his arms out wide. And again, they'll take 2 off it. 2 wides this time. $112 for 4 off 31 overs. Joyce yet to get his line right. He had a very good partnership with Brandon Kruger earlier on, scoring about 47-48. Partnership of well over 100. That's an appeal for an LBW. They will look to run it and they get a quick single. Umpire deems that hit the bat, so Hassett now on 49, looking to get his 50. Good game this. Crucial for both teams to get this win today. fuller length ball. Hassett defends on the front foot. Joyce will give it a bit of a clean on his arm. And again, fuller ball. It's a whippy action. Hassett happy just to block this one out. 2 balls remaining in this over. 4 off the over so far. And that one's, Hassett tried to pull that. Had Ibrahimi been a metre in, he would have taken the catch. It's the second time now that he's played really faultless today, bar 1 or 2 shots, Hassett. And this time he comes down the track and defends that one. And that ends the first over by Joyce. 4 runs off it. Cork County moved to 113 for 4 off 32. Umpire Kumar having a chat with the batsman. Probably talk about the protective area, I would imagine, or shows them boot marks. Hassett marks out that line there. Ruan Jones will continue from the Riverside end. Coming to 7th over now. Temperature has significantly dropped as the sun has kind of disappeared behind the clouds here at the Mardyke in Cork, in the city centre. This time Frankie just pushes that onto the leg side for a single. He's moved to 21, partnership now of 60. Really good partnership here building for Cork County. Excuse me. And there's the 50. You hear the applause from the Cork County faithful. He raises the bat. A well-crafted 50 by Cormac Hassett. Only 2 4s and 2 6s. But his running between the wickets has been impeccable today. Congratulations to him. He still has a big job to do. Sure, he wants to get his team over the line here. Francois has also played an important role in this partnership of 61. Very watchful. This time a bit more flight. Oh, and this may go all the way. And yes, it will. There was a chance for a brief second there for Max Egan to take a catch. Jones gave a bit more flight this time, but his length was a bit too full, and Francois cashed in for his second boundary of the afternoon. 6 off the over so far, 2 balls remaining. This time Francois defends and Max Egan gathers the ball, throws it back to Ruan Jones. And they look for the quick single. And a lovely looking single there by the 2 batsmen. Brings 120 for 4 off the 33rd over. Partnership of 66 now. Required run rate is just over 6.5. 113 runs required off 102 balls now. Sorry about that there. My niece and nephew were ringing me, and of course you can't not but answer the phone when they're ringing you. So dot balls to begin the second over for Joyce. He'll go back and mark up his run up. In the Clear Currency Irish National Cup, I'll give you an update there in a minute. Francois flicks that down. Just for a single. Kieran O'Reilly fields that one out in the boundary. Brings Hassett on strike. Got his 50 in the last over. Good feeling there by Esmat. Out in point. You feel like these two could go big at any stage. And again. And is this going to be a run out? And yes, it's given. What a run out there by Esmat. Gathered it up with some pace, whipped it in, took the bails off, and umpire Kumar deemed that Hassett has been run out. That breaks the partnership of 67. Incredible piece of fielding by Esmat. Again, Hassett had done all the hard work. Shakes his head. And a good round of applause there for Hassett. And Abdul Gaffer makes his way out to the crease. It's the 5th wicket now. That breaks the partnership of Hassett and Francois. Inspired bit of fielding there by Esmat. The Clear Currency National Cup is now 116 for 5. Tirranur chasing 140. See, they're having a bit of a drink at the moment. Grover is on 49 off 95 balls, and Lynch is 17 off 22. There's an appeal for an LBW off Gaffer. First ball. And umpire Anson deems not out. That's the end of an eventful over there for Ryan Joyce. Just a 1 or 2 off that one. 121 for 5 off 34 overs. Cork County require 112 runs off 96 balls. Eddie Richardson, 2 for 8 off 6 overs. In that match, elsewhere, Middleton are 94 for 7, chasing 259 against Limerick Blasters in Division 2. Looks like Blasters will win that one. County Kerry, made 177, and in reply, Limerick are 131 for 2 off 29. Again, it looks like Limerick will win that one. Jones will continue. Dot ball this time. Francois will have to anchor the innings from now on. This is a shorter one. That needs to be hit away, and it is. But only out to Matthew Brewster. Six o'clock here now in Cork. Cork time. Harlequins players are a bit buoyed after that, getting that run out. Better looking ball that by Jones. Better line and length. That run rate's starting to creep up now, past the 7 for the first time. A slower ball. Bit more bounce on that one. Gaffer will defend that. Looks to be the end of the over. 35 gone now. 122 for 5. 111 runs required off 90 balls. 5 wickets in hand. Joyce will begin his third over from the Mardyke walk-end. Has a chat with Kruger and Captain Matthew Brewster. Joy's been bowling a fuller but length ball here, with Frankie defending each one, hitting the balls to the fielders. There's an appeal for an LBW. Will look to be going down leg. Frankie looking to work that onto the onside. 2 balls remaining. He brings long off up into the circle. He hits it again, and this time it'll come towards the commentary box and will go trickle over the boundary for 4 runs. A welcome boundary for Cork County. 1 ball remaining now. Straight down leg again. He's good off the legs, Francois. good ball to end the third over for Joyce. Just 4 off it. 126 for 5 off 36. And Gaffer gets off the mark as he cuts that ball down to Gully for a single. Jones into his 9th over now. There's 27 runs off it. Nice looking ball there, nearly beat the bat. Bit of an edge on it. It's time. Francois hits it to Kruger. A nice looking shot there by Francois onto the out to long on for a single. They'll beat everybody in the end. Went through slip, go for a boundary. Francois moves to 37. So 133 for 5 now of 37 overs. Required run rate at 7s, 7.69. Joyce will continue. Cork County now need 100 runs off the 78 balls with 5 wickets in hand. Abdul Gaffer takes strike. 2 taps. This is played well kept there by Shivam Kisley. Hit off the pads of Gaffer. Gaffer looked to cut that one, but completely missed it. Looking for the quick single there, Gaffer. Didn't get enough bat onto it. As the ball went backwards, he went forward. This time he will get off strike. Look to pull that one. Got a little bit of bat on. He moves to 3 off 11. Francois is on 37. Partnership of 13 now. Under 100 to get for Cork County. And it's a wide ball this time by Joyce. He's bowled a couple of those today. Ball's thrown back to him after giving a good shine. Francois defends that one. And one ball to come in the Joyce over. Required run rate gone up to 8 now at this stage. That one's a bit shorter. And again, this may go out for a boundary, but it's caught off in the deep by Adam Hickey. He throws that one back into the bowler, and they'll settle for 2 runs. That's the end of the 38 over, 137 for 5. Required run rate now is exactly 8. Elsewhere in the National Cup, Zubair Khan was just caught by Whelan, bowled by Sluds for 7. Terenure 129 for 7 of 34.3. Chasing 140. "19 runs to win of 33 balls with 3 wickets in hands." Looks to be a close-ish game. Lynch is on 24, and Safi, the bowler, has just come in. Meanwhile, Jones will continue his last over. Gaffer pulls that one and is fielded by Esmatali, and that's thrown in. There's a chance for a run out, but good running by these two. An error in the field created that extra run there. So what Cork County need to do to capitalise. Jones with a shorter ball this time. He needs to flight that one up, which he does this time. And they look to get a single, but Jack Buss hurries in, fields well, ball back to the bowler. Gaffer will get off strike this time. Hits it in the air. Just for a single. Kieran O'Reilly fields. Francois defends this one. Two balls remaining in the Joneses spell. That one is short this time. Drives that out to cover. Fielded by Adam Hickey for a single. That's short again. That'll go all the way for a boundary ball, will it? As Max Egan tries to field that, and he stops it going from a boundary. They'll come back for 3. Good running by this. That's the end of Jones's spell. 10 overs, none for 40. He'll be happy with that. Gaffer moves to 9. Partnership now of 23. 89 runs needed off 66 balls. Just 11 overs remaining. Run rate just hovering over the 8 now at this stage. Important few overs coming up for Cork County. They'll want to be thinking about upping that run rate that they have at the moment, currently hovering around 3.69. They don't want to let get out of control. So there's a bit of pressure on them. They're well capable of doing it though. Seen that in the past. Replica ball there of that Abdul did in the last over to Joyce. First ball again. Tried to cut that away, but misses it. Joyce starts with a dot. This time he does make connection and it hits Jones in the knee at point. They were looking for 2. Francois puts his hand in the air. Come on, get on with it. Francois does a little bit of gardening. Frankie will look for 2. Abdul says no. Probably a wise decision there by Abdul. There's an appeal for an LBW in the Irish National Cup, and it's given. Good bowling here by Joyce. Lynch is gone in the Irish National Cup. 131 for 7, I would say. That's 131 for 8 now. It's going to go to the wire there. Oh, a misfield there by Matthew Brewster. He attacked that ball, but I think the ball just hit a bit of a divot, went over his hands. Straight through for 4. Crucial boundary here for Cork County. Abdul Gaffer going up the gears now. This time he hits a hard ball. That's fielded by Jones. Bit of a juggling act going on there. 6 off that over. Required run rate to gone to 8.3. That Irish National Cup, 131 for 8 of 35.5. 17 runs remaining. 17 runs to win off 25 balls at 2 wickets in hand. This is going to go down to the wire. Is it going to be Terranua's day or North County's day? See, Eddie Richardson is bowling at the moment. Bowling quite well. That one is a bit fuller. But more importantly, we go back to this match. 10 overs remaining now. 83 runs required. Change from the River Lee end as Brandon Kruger comes back on. He's bowled his 6 overs, 4 to go. Should be deemed a leg bye there. No. Must have hit the bat. Glove. 2 runs off the first 2 balls. Oh, and it's a leg bye. I did call it right. Delete that one. Frankie moves to 43. Partnership with 32 here. It's going to be last tight 10 overs. He sweeps that right in front of us. Again, Adam Hickey cuts that one off. Run a ball here now so far off these 4 balls. Francois tries to paddle sweep that one. Gets a run for it. Cork Harlequins will be happy with singles. That ends the 41st over, 155 for 5. This match will go all the way. 78 runs required off 54 balls. And another wicket at the Irish National Cup. Terranura 131 for 9. Requiring 17. Three and a bit overs remaining. North County are on the brink. Joyce will continue. 6th over now. This one is a bit shorter. It goes nowhere, but they'll still scramble home for a single. He was looking to pull that one. He kind of towed that one there, Francois. And it's bowled. Joyce gets his man. Abdul Gaffer will have to go for 15. A good 15 there with 1-4. Strike rate of 65. That's the 6th wicket to fall. And the big hitting, Nabil Anjum. Next man in. Words from the captain was be positive. Nice round of applause there for Abdul. $156 for 6 in the 42nd over. Ryan Joyce with his first wicket of the afternoon. Umpire Anson hands the ball back to the bowler. The final leg is brought back into the ring. Mid on and mid off will go out to long on, long off. And Nabil gets off strike immediately. Work that out to the offside for a single. Brings Francois on strike. Another single there for Francois. Moves to 46. Just using the pace of the ball. Playing a miss there by Nabil. He stepped out to drive that ball. Another dot ball here. Dot balls are crucial for both sides. Cork County don't want them. Well fielded by the bowler off his own bowling. That's the end of the 42nd over. Cork County moved to 158 for 6. Requiring 75 runs now. In the National Cup, Terranura requires 16 runs off 15 balls. Tuckrell, and Thomas on strike. Thomas is on strike and that will go all to the wire there. Kruger back on. Francois happy just to knock this one around. Run rate now gone to close to 10, 9.45. Meanwhile in Kerry, Limerick are closing in on their win, 156 for 3, chasing 178. And Nabil hits that high in the air. He might be taken, and it's taken by Kieran O'Reilly out in the deep. Another wicket falls. That was a good catch. He was very close to the boundary rope. And Abdul Siddiqui is the next man in. 159 for 7. It's a second wicket for Brandon Kruger. We've seen Siddiqui in the T20s. He can hit a ball all right. He knows how to win matches. Proven winner in the past. Second wicket for Brandon Kruger. We've seen Siddiqui in the T20s. He can hit a ball all right. He knows how to win matches. Proven winner in the past. There's an appeal for an LBW by Brandon Kruger. Umpire Kumar is not interested. Good over this by Kruger so far. Just one off it. Francois closing in on his 50. 47 now. He's happy with the single. May go for two. And he'll get two. Good running here by this pair. That one was like a rocket thrown back at the keeper, Kisley. May have injured himself. He signals to Jack Buss, relax, calm down, don't throw it in like a rocket. Please, save my fingers. So one more now for Francois, who gets his 50. Nice applause there by the Cork County faithful and team members. Well played 50. He acknowledges the crowd. At 50 runs, came off 74 balls with four fours. And Siddiqui will face his first ball of the afternoon. Spinner against spinner. Shorter ball. I think Siddiqui wanted to hit that on the onside. Came off the edge of his bat. That ends Kruger's over, a good over. Just four off it with a wicket. In the National Cup, they're still playing. 14 runs to win off 8 balls. It's like a net session here. Ryan Joyce will continue. Question is, when is Francois going to start hitting out here? Just 7 overs remaining. That one's hit down the ground hard. Just for the single. They'll bring Siddiqui on strike. Run rate now at 10s. 70 off 41. Let's go all the way down to the wire. Meanwhile in Pembroke, just 13 runs required now off 7 balls. Last over thriller in Pembroke. Dot ball there. Siddiqui looked to guide that one down to third man. 5 outside now. Deep square. Deep fine leg. There's an appeal for an LBW and it's given. He took a couple of steps down. I wonder was that the right call, but he took 1 or 2 steps down and that was deemed to be LBW. Another wicket there for Joyce. But the umpire has a better sight than me. Looks like Diarmuid Carey. Batsman number 10 will come out. Carey can hit a few balls around alright. He's been around a long time, despite his young age. He's been playing at a high level since he was about 15, 16. Just 2 wickets remaining now for Cork County. Cork Harlequins look to close out the win. Joyce will bowl his 4th ball now. McCurry looks around, settles himself, facing his first ball. This time there's another appeal for LBW, but that's not going to be given. Heights, and I'd say was going down leg a bit. But in fact it's given as a run. Frankie just happy to take the single. And it's all over in Pembroke. John Mooney takes the final wicket. North County are the Clear Currency National Cup winners. Congratulations to them. Unlucky to Terranur, and especially Zubair Hassan Khan, who also plays for Cork Harlequins. They'll take 2 runs from that. End of the over, 167 for 8 off 44. Run rate now up to 11. Brandon Kruger now will continue into his 9th over. Good economy of 2.75. 8 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 22. Francois hits that straight down the ground. It's a long off. Kieran O'Reilly fields there. Kerry happy with a single. It's not required at this stage. They need to score a few boundaries. Kruger bowls a quicker one. Frankie tries to whip that off his legs. Slower one this time. That's in the air. That may go all the way. And that'll go all the way for a 6. First maximum for Frankie. Ball is retrieved. Moves to 59 of 80 balls. Nice looking shot, that. Lofted that in the air. Beautiful ball. They need a couple more of those. This time is a bit faster. This will go for a wide, I would assume. No. We'll go for a boundary ball. Mozart on the charge. One ball remaining. 12 off it so far. Good over for Cork County. Their own run rate now moving to 4. 179 for 8 off 44.5. And he'll keep strike with that single. Very clever play there by professional. 180 now for 8 off 45. Francois Mozart goes to 64 and Diarmuid Carey on 4. I wonder when Senan Jones will be brought back on. Joyce will continue into his 8th over now. He's bowled pretty well today. 7 overs, 2 for 27. Francois looking now, needs to go big here now, this stage. Biding his time, waiting for that loose ball. That one's hit in the air. That may go all the way. And that one's gone all the way towards the pavilion. Nice looking shot. He picked that up very early. He moves to 70. And he drags that run rate down. Just to 10s now. Captain and bowler have a quick chat with each other just off screen. He drives that one down. Happy to take that single after the 6. Nice playing by Francois. There may be buzzers, but no. Straight back into the arms of the wicketkeeper, Shivam Kisley. 3 balls remaining. Swing and a miss there by Carey. Acknowledges his partner. His partner goes, why are you doing that? No need. All you need to do is get Francois back on strike. Drop the hands. Get a single. He swings again. Cork Harlequins will be thinking now, last ball in the over. Will they give him the single? Slower ball might be coming here now. Mid on, mid off, go back onto the boundary. That one's just hit crisply down the ground, just for the 1. The ball is thrown in and it's fielded by the bowler. That's the end of the 46th over. Required run rate is 11.25. 188 for 8 off 46. 45 runs required now of 24 balls. 2 wickets in hand. And it looks like Senan Jones will be brought back into the attack. The opening bowler. Kruger is done for the day. 9 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 35. Umpal Kumar signals to the scorers, the official scorers, that Jones is coming back on. Carey gets players to move the side screen. Starting to get a little bit dark here. Let's move into the twilight. 7:15 here now. This time Carey will take one step back and smashes a huge 6. Massive 6 by Diarmuid Carey. He must be delighted with that shot. took one step back, pulled that one all the way. This game, it can turn at any stage. Good start for him at the start of this over. He replays that shot on screen. He moves to 11. He counts how many fielders are outside the ring. Five can go out now at this stage. This time he cuts that away. They look for two. Jack Buss fields, kind of misfields there, but he gets away with it. Brings Francois on strike. Exciting end to this game. Just 38 runs required now off 22 balls. Bowler making field changes after every ball. Deep cover is brought back in to a conventional cover position. Everyone on the ring now. He looks to run the quick single, which he does. He's played an excellent game today, Francois. A decent partnership with Cormac Hassett, and now he's there towards the end. I did say that if one of those players stayed towards the end, they had a fantastic opportunity to win this match. They move to 196 now. 3 balls remaining in the Jones over. Deep into the 47th over now. This time it's hit. This may go all the way. Oh, and it's a drop catch by Kieran O'Reilly. Very tough one. It was going away from him all the time, over his shoulder. He'll get away with it. He'll get 2 runs for that. Good over again here now. 10 off it so far. This is what they needed, and they still have 2 balls remaining. They've hit Jones all around the park in this over. And he strikes that. And this time it's in a boundary. Lovely strike there by Dermot Carey. "31 runs needed off 19 balls. We did say this could go all the way, and indeed this is turning out to be. Carey with a fight in his belly. He replays that shot again. At this time, a good comeback there by Jones. Dot ball to finish off his over. Fantastic over for Cork County. 14 off that. Required run rates hovering around the 10 mark. Joyce will bowl his 9th over now. It's been an exciting day, an exciting game. Decent batting track. Something there for the bowlers as well. And that'll go away. First ball. It's the ball that they required, a boundary ball. And Francois will hit a second boundary. He's finishing with a flourish here as he moves on to 80. 7 fours and 2 sixes. 23 runs now off 16 balls required. The tide has turned in Cork County's favour now with this pair here, who've put on a partnership in quick succession of 47 runs. He'll look to hit that again. Will that go all the way? And it's gone all the way. A third successive boundary. 214 for 8. It's been a remarkable innings here by Francois Mozart. The 8 fours and 2 sixes. What can Ryan respond with? And they look to get a single, and they'll get the single. They may go all the way again, and there's a slip. Unfortunate for the fielder. And that'll go as well. From Dermot Carey. Only 14 runs now required off 13. A huge over here. One ball remaining in Ryan Joyce's over. What can he do here? And he's defended that ball really well. 14 off 12 balls. 48 overs remaining. 48. $219 for 8 now. This pair have put on a partnership of 56 in no time. Dermot Carey moved to 22. Francois Moser goes to 85. Cork Harlequins now. What can they do? How can they answer this onslaught? Senan Jones will bowl the penultimate over. That's struck. This might go all the way for a boundary. That's what Cork County required. Moves to 89. Jones has been expensive these last 2 overs. Heads dropping here with the Harlequins players. It's been a remarkable game, really, in many ways. Fantastic partnerships. This time it's hit out to the deep. They'll look for 2. They won't get 2. Just a single. 10 runs now. 9 runs required off 10 balls. Remember, this run rate was up to 12 at one stage. When Carey came into bat, he kind of turned the game, took the initiative. That's hit high into the air. Who's going to look for it? And no one, neither player went for it. There was an opportunity there. They'll take 2. Just 7 required now. There was a massive opportunity there for Cork Harlequins. Neither fielders, they were looking at each other. No one called for it. Crucial mix-up. Kerry will want to finish it now in this over. You don't want to go to the last over. And he looks to do it. And that's it. That's a 6. Massive 6 there. Just 1 required now. It's tied. Kerry moves to 30 with that shot. Beautiful batting here by Dermot Kerry. Just 1 required now. Two balls remaining in this over. May not be needed, probably won't be needed. It's been a fantastic day for Cork County. They surely will get this win here now. Be the 5th for them in the championship. He hits that, and there's the winning runs there for disappointment for Cork Harlequins, but fantastic. Well done to Cork County. Remarkable game. They win that by 2 wickets with 7 balls to spare. Fantastic. What an incredible game. Some great partnerships, especially by Francois in the end with Dermot Carey. A partnership of 73. And as the darkness comes, I'm going to say good night to all of you. Thank you for being here today, joining us. Don't forget to subscribe and like. A remarkable game. Joys on one side, disappointment on the other. And they're clapped off here by the home fans. So as we leave it, on behalf of myself, Joseph O'Mahony, I'd like to thank 1 or 2 guests that we had on today, especially Ruan Jones. And we'll see you again in the coming weeks. Thank you, good night, and stay safe.